Alright.
Alright, we're live with a new, first edition of this sort of stream/podcast. So, say hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
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 Hey, how you doing?
We're gonna just talk about stuff we like, news lately, and just stuff we're passionate about. So, I would like to start off. I don't know if anyone here has actually a PlayStation, but the new games for the new PlayStation PlayStation Plus are out.
Oh yeah, I need to go take a look at those actually.
Yeah. So what are they? What's like on the PlayStation 3?
There's
PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation 4. Last month, it's still up right now for the PlayStation Vita for all you guys. Killzone Mercenary. I would suggest you get it. Even get it on the PS3 so you could save it if you don't have a Vita. Trust me, it is a. If you have a Vita, it's a game you must get. It's still right now there. It hasn't been released yet, so I would heavily suggest you people get it. It's one of the best games.
So I'm gonna screen share so you guys can see.
So on the so you say basically it is on PS Vita and PS3 because I've got the rest of the Killzone.
PS Vita, PS3, and PS4.
Right.
Here we go. We have Ether 1. I don't really know what this is about.
Ether 1. I'll look it up.
Yeah,
I have my PS4 up and I'm right next to it, so
it's like a first-person puzzler. We have a Guacamelee Super Turbo Championship.
Oh yeah, I played that. That one's alright.
Chase the Sun for the PS3, Unfinished Swan for the PS3, Murasaki Baby for PS Vita, and Hohokum for the PS Vita.
They usually have some. I've noticed they've been putting a lot more indie games on there. The last really good game that I got that was a free download was Injustice: Gods Among Us. Oh
yes.
Man, that game was amazing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a whole lot more indie games on the PlayStation platform. Indie games is what made the PS3 last generation.
How do you spell
so
Ether?
I'm not really complaining much, but
I can't find it on here. You can find it on the PlayStation Store, Ether.
No, it's coming out.
Yeah, it's just been announced.
Last month's game, or you have to redeem them, or otherwise you can't. It's Tower of Guns.
Neveralone's a pretty good game. It's a mildly entertaining side scroller. Still better than Gone Home, and that's all I. It takes
my dog taking a dump would be better than going home.
You know what? It's better. Let me tell you something. It's a side-scrolling game that takes place in that features like Inuit culture and stuff like that. They have videos discussing Inuit. It's kind of like a learning experience / side-scroller. It's an entertaining game. There's some challenge to it. So if you guys want to try it,
it's about Neveralone.
Neveralone.
Yeah, and that's the side-scrolling. And for the PS4, Dishonor was for the PS3. Arrow's Awakening for the PS3, Killzone Mercenary, and Monster Bite for the Vita.
Killzone Mercenary, trust me.
One game that's on PC I would really like to see on PS4. This War of Ours. That game was
War of Ours is a.
That is how you do an art game and be good with it. I really enjoyed that game.
Give me a second.
The War of Mine. It's really it's probably the most interesting game that I played.
Is that the World War I one where you side scroll?
No. It's the game
it is
where
a side scroller, but
it's a side scroll. It's essentially the game where you are playing somebody trying to survive a war, and it's it's not exactly the most fun game as per. It's in fun. You're having fun while playing it. It's a very tense game because it's probably one of the most interesting titles I played in quite a while actually.
Yeah, I mean you have to figure out not only how to keep them all alive. I mean they could die of hunger, they could die of not getting enough sleep, they can get shot or killed or whatever while going out trying to scavenge. However, they can also get depressed and kill themselves. So you have to. I mean, it's pretty damn realistic.
Holy shit,
it's really intense.
Holy shit, I'm looking this up right now, this War of Ours. I'm going to look this one.
You seriously haven't heard of that? Man, this is a game that I think everyone needs to play.
There it is, just War of Mine.
So which
not
of
very
the
much unlike Deadlight. Like Deadlight.
two of these games sound the most interesting to you?
To be honest, there are a few that I don't know, and the only one I know I don't like, which is Dishonored.
I've never heard of any of these, so.
I'm playing Tower of Guns right now just to try it out because I haven't played it yet. I just downloaded just to have a. It's weird. It's a weird game.
Well, for the next month, the most weird one I've heard is Murasaki Baby, which is for the Vita. I think it's a game you would like, Lisa.
Maybe. I don't know. What's it about?
It's hard to explain. It's really weird. That's the best way I can explain it. Anything else that would interest you in this month?
Nah.
Meh. That's all you want to say.
Pretty much. I mean, you take a look at.
Oh, sorry. I just read the post Lion made. Wow.
Oh, okay. I see what it is now. All right, I get it.
You said that was in the chat?
Yeah.
Right. You said that was. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Huh?
Okay, before anyone freaks out, keep in mind, this is coming from a woman who believes the darknet actually exists.
Who posted that? Okay, I gotta see this. I gotta go look.
We're gonna you can do after, but we're not gonna talk about Gamergate stuff today. So
sorry, that was just stupid. I had to say something about it.
So the next, do we want to move on?
Yeah.
Next topic is the Batman versus Superman trailer.
Okay, I've said this before. I'm gonna go ahead and say this again. I know a lot of people have been freaking out over, oh, Ben Affleck doesn't look like he would play a good Superman. You're right, he doesn't. That's what makes him perfect.
You mean Batman?
Batman, whatever. Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got mixed up. But no, I mean, yeah, Ben Affleck
he's gonna be as Batman.
Oh, shut up. I mean, honestly though, Ben Affleck does not look like the type of guy that would play Batman, and in a way that kind of makes him perfect for it. So many people said the same thing about Michael Keaton, and I mean, he killed Batman.
Here's the thing though about anybody playing as Batman, specifically Ben Affleck though. Anybody can play Batman. The real question is, can he play Bruce Wayne?
Absolutely, I agree with that. Now, I just want to say one. I just want to say this. I mean, I tried looking at the trailer. I looked at the trailer, and essentially my impression of it was what I think most people hated with the trailer had nothing to do with Batman whatsoever. The whole thing that a lot of people were critical about after seeing the trailer was essentially Superman being treated as a god and having his follower. Yeah, that is the issue people had with the trailer. I think
I can understand that. He didn't seem like the type who would want that to happen.
Because Affleck, you have to remember, the Batman in this movie is a direct tribute to Frank Miller's Batman. And
which, you know what? I love that. I really do.
Absolutely, you see that in the costume as well. And when you see Ben Affleck in the trailer, I was actually like, yeah, this could be Bruce Wayne. I mean,
yes.
I mean, and I'm hopeful. I'm not gonna bash Affleck. I think the worst part of this movie will be the Superman treated as a god thing.
I don't think so. I don't think
he's a god, basically. That's the thing.
Yeah, but he never seemed to see himself as a god.
Yeah, if what I think
that's what other people see him as. That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, I think it's going to be split because after Metropolis got demolished in the first movie, I think it's going to be a split of people hating him, seeing him as a threat, with Luthor spreading fear, and you have the other ones. If we look at the trailer, give me a sec. If we look at the trailer, Yeah, here's a statue, and it's even been tagged false god, which we see here. Those guys. You see, he never in the comics or in the movies.
I was thinking it kind of reminds me of the Justice Lords.
This particular image pissed a lot of people off. I mean, even and I think that I'm not. I mean, you know, you have to remember one thing. This is a very short teaser, and trailers never really represent the whole movie unless they are like the really long trailers. But it's I'm not sure. I don't know. I think we need to see a little bit more before we are able to judge it, because I think right now we got nothing. But I don't like what I've seen so far.
No, real quick.
I know the trailers.
We can see your Skype notifications. Underdo, we can see your Skype notifications.
Oh.
I know the trailers doesn't represent the whole movie. I saw Iron Man 3. Thanks for reminding me.
Well, honestly, the one I'm looking forward to is Suicide Squad, not only because my favorite DC villain, who is Harley Quinn, is finally going to be in a live-action movie, and I'm super psyched about that.
Oh,
okay, okay, while slightly on topic, I want to talk about this because this did happen recently. The picture, okay, have you guys seen the first picture of Jared Leto as the Joker?
Yeah.
Every possible form that it's possible to see it.
I loved it. I don't understand why so many people are angry about it.
Yeah, I like it too.
As long as he doesn't, I mean, the whole idea. I think that you have to remember one thing. I remember distinctly before The Dark Knight came out. I mean, everybody hated Heath Ledger. The idea of Heath Ledger as the Joker, and then he kills it.
He did a good job.
And he
did a beyond a good job.
He passed away. Unfortunately, he passed away so that we don't have a good Joker anymore.
I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say that at all.
Because
as far as voice work goes, in my mind, as far as the games and the animated series go,
before we move on to Age of Ultron, there is one Batman piece of news that I would like to say. Batman-related news that I would like to say. It has to do with. Has anybody heard the new season pass for Arkham Knight?
I got this.
What?
We're not gonna move on.
Here we go. There you go.
No, I just wanted to say that the new season pass is essentially $40 for the new Arkham Knight game.
Why?
Because they are promising DLC up to 6 months, and there will be story DLC, and there will be skins. But I don't. Know,
Screw you, Montreal, for what you just did. That's all I have to say, because the last game they made, it was bugged as shit, and they didn't even want to fix it. They just said, we have our money and we're not going to fix it.
Well, we're talking about this Superman thing. Let's not get too off topic on the off topic stream. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to the Superman trailer.
Sure.
Which
well, again, if people didn't like that sort of bit where the soldiers, I think they were soldiers, sort of kneeling down, so it really did remind me of the Justice Lords. Now, don't know if anyone else saw the 2000s cartoon, the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, which followed on from like the 90s Batman, Batman, Superman, and Superman cartoons, which are all really great ones with Kevin Conroy as Batman. He is still for me. He is basically Batman, more than Michael Keaton. That is the voice I think of. And he actually, you mentioned Injustice. He was voicing Batman in Injustice as well.
Yeah.
So I did sort of jokingly say, I mean, I could be okay with Ben Affleck if he was voiced by Kevin Conroy. I could deal with that. Then he's just a meat puppet for the real voice of Batman to come out.
I know a lot of people are comparing Ben Affleck's performance in Daredevil, which, okay, let me say this right now. Daredevil and Bruce Wayne and Batman are two different characters. So, let's be honest here. Daredevil sucked. I'm sorry, Ben. Your Daredevil sucked. And if you haven't seen...
Elektra was great, though.
If you haven't seen the Netflix show of Daredevil, watch it. Seriously. Go watch it as soon as the stream's over. It's freaking amazing.
Hey, for me, it's not so much about his performance with Daredevil. I mean, it's just I don't see Ben Affleck being Bruce Wayne. That's not. I'm not saying that he can't. It's just that at this very moment, I cannot see it.
But keep in mind with Lisa.
People said the same thing about Heath Ledger.
Yeah, indeed.
And
I don't agree with the people that
constipated.
Ben Affleck being Batman because, I mean, ultimately, what's that going to do? They're not going to fire him and cast somebody else. They already finished shooting it. They're not here anymore because they shot it here in Detroit.
Right.
So,
okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. As much as I loved Christopher Nolan's interpretation, God, I hope to Christ they don't put in the gravel voice when he's in the Batman suit again. Oh my God, that annoyed the fuck out of me.
Oh, that was annoying as hell because it's like, I'm Batman, like that. And I'm like, it just did that because, what's his name? Who's the actor that played Batman? Probably didn't have a good...
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. He didn't have a good Batman voice. He didn't have that firm voice like you saw in like The Dark Knight.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Not The Dark Knight. What's the game
were...
called? Arkham City. He didn't have that kind of a voice. I mean, that was a good Batman voice.
Arkham City was Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy has done a lot.
That's the voice I want to hear Batman. That's the voice I want to hear Batman.
But keep in mind, to the person who talked about, I mean, the whole idea is that all of the Arkham games, except for Arkham Origins, Arkham Origins was not developed by Rocksteady, by the way. It was still developed by another studio. It didn't have Kevin Conroy as Batman, and you can tell, yeah. But the next Arkham game that comes out, it will have Kevin Conroy, and I am excited just for that reason alone.
Yeah, same here, man. Like I grew up on 90s Batman all the way.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I was just gonna say that that's part of the reason that I am really looking forward to. Hang on, I'm
gonna laugh if I'm Batman's in the chat. I'm going to laugh.
Oh my God!
Someone's gonna tweet it now. He's gonna love this shit.
Yes, he has.
The thing is with Batman vs Superman, this is just a trailer. The movie can be different, and I think the thing with this movie is that it's going to be 50-50 with Luthor trying to convert everyone to hate Superman. And,
I'm sorry, Luthor is my real issue here because what the hell did you?
Please don't have Kevin Spacey play Luthor again.
No! It's worse. It's worse. No, they got the kid from The Social Network to play Lex Luthor.
Oh,
Jesse
Eisenberg. Yeah.
Really?
What? Can we get Gene Hackman out of retirement? Can we persuade him to get out of retirement?
I know, right? You know what? Just for shits and giggles.
I mean,
Let's
Kevin
put Sean Connery.
Kevin Spacey did a good performance in
he's in retirement.
Why not have him
Lex Luthor.
Shave him bald again and give him the Luthor character. Shave Kevin Spacey bald again and have him play Lex Luthor, please.
Am I the only one who, call me crazy, but I would like to see Tom Hardy as Lex Luthor.
Yes. Actually, you know what? That would be pretty awesome.
That'd be quite funny, obviously, having played Bane. But, I mean, I was thinking, actually, Clancy Brown, he did the voice of Lex Luthor in the Justice League and the Superman card. And, and if you remember him playing the Kurgan in Highlander, he was old in that.
Okay.
He could definitely do a Lex Luthor. He's already done the voice. He could definitely do it.
He's on Flash now, right?
No,
General.
I've seen that one. No. I've seen that one, no.
The thing is, what I think, as you can see...
Sorry, so the Flash. Yeah, he was the military guy in the Flash. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Here, you can see the small Easter egg with the Riddler, but I think it's gonna be Batman going after Superman. I think it's gonna be switched on a head. Just look at Batman.
Okay, yes. I just want to say one thing. The one part that I think a lot of people, except for the whole Superman being God thing, that I think a lot of people reacted to in the trailer was the one line spoken by Batman in the trailer. It was like, "Do you bleed?" You will. Oh, come on. I was like, fuck you.
That was stupid.
I want to hear him say, I want to see him punch someone and say, how do you like them apples?
How could it? No, this is... Can I tell you guys the reason why Superman isn't that liked among a lot of comic fans compared to, like, Batman? It's because Superman's immortal. He's basically almost just immortal except for kryptonite.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's how they paint him. And unless he's fighting, like, the last villain in Man of Steel, unless he's fighting Zod, there's no real enemy there.
I was rooting for Zod, so...
Yes! I liked Zod. That was a good Zod. He played... Whoever it was that played Zod, he did a good job.
Oh,
I forgot his name, but he was in Boardwalk
Year
Empire
before Zod.
Well, he was actually...
Terrence Stamp, you figure, the original 70s one.
Yeah.
No.
That's Terrence Stamp.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the 80s one. But the thing with this thing is, I think it's gonna be a good. I don't think there's gonna be a winner in this movie.
Is there a release date yet? I mean, is there a firm release date?
Next year, in the summer.
If they have good actors, if they have good voice actors, if they have good actors and stuff, and they have good lines, I would like the movie. But
yeah,
I always praise a movie that's really good. Really
here's
acted.
Here's the thing with I want to bring back the conversation to Batman and Superman and the whole thing. The whole idea here is basically that when it comes to Superman when I had sort of like a love-hate relationship with the DC Comics universe, I think Superman and his universe is awesome. What I hated is when people started. I don't care for the Justice League at all. I think the Justice League is boring. I hate the Justice League. I find it annoying. Because fuck Superman. I want Batman and Bruce Wayne in Gotham. That is what I like about the DC universe. Everything else, I couldn't care less about.
Well, this is the thing, right? I mean,
Harley Quinn.
Justice League.
Yes, but she's in the Gotham universe. She's a part of that. That I care about.
Well, this is the thing for me. It definitely works. I mean, it definitely works better when. I think the Justice League actually work. I mean, I really enjoyed the cartoon from, like I said before. I mean, it definitely works as an ensemble more because.
I remember the Super Friends when I was younger. What was it called? When I was younger, that classic. That was from the 70s, so they have their excuse.
Yeah, there's no excuse for that.
Oh.
No, I want to see.
I remember Adam West, but I don't want to remember
Adam West.
Adam West.
Well, that's just come out on DVD. If people want it the first time on DVD, that was just recently. So.
Did you? Oh yeah. Okay. Fun fact. Did you know who did the voice for the? Did you know who did the voice? The guy who played Robin was also the guy who did the voice for Shaggy and Scooby Doo, and you could tell Casey Kasem.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
And he's like,
I just want to say for a second, rest in peace, Casey Kasem. Your voice talent is missed.
Can you basically say? Can you imagine? I mean, I remember this distinct episode. This guy was. I mean, Robin was basically in the. I seen the old Adam West TV show, and there's a scene where Robin is reading a threatening letter from the Riddler. Hi, Batman. It's a message from the Riddler, and he writes.
That's if anybody who wants to, that's Burt Ward. Back fans, Burt Ward. That's the one.
I know that Adam West has shown up to DragonCon quite a few times, and my brother has met him and says he's a total douchebag.
And
you know what? Adam West does a good job of playing a crazy person.
Oh, absolutely! Because from what I've heard, the reason he's so good at playing crazy is because he's actually that fucking crazy.
So is he crazier than? Is he crazier than Harper? Crazier than all of them?
Let's leave that out of here tonight, please.
No, GG.
Banned for life.
But Adam West, I mean, they always have him like on Family Guy doing the crazy guy.
Adam, he's playing the mayor West.
Mayor Quayhawk.
Yeah. No,
But can we all agree that the 1990s animated Batman is the best animated show of all time?
By fucking miles.
I don't want to say best animated show. It's the best animated DC so far. But then again, I really enjoyed the original Teen Titans. Do not get me started on the shit. That is Teen Titans Go. I
thought Justice League Unlimited was better than.
It was pretty good. I actually liked
It's a good continuation. I mean, the good thing is it was a continuation of the universe rather than a new. I mean, you consider the Batman animated series came out in '93.
Yeah, that was good for its time. That was ahead of its time.
I mean, what was awesome, well, I mean, here's the thing, for everybody, people were like shocked over the success of the Arkham games, but I think the Arkham games really appealed to all those people who enjoyed the Batman 1990s television show. Because it had all the elements from the 1990s television show in it. So that's why a lot of people loved it.
Arkham City and Arkham Asylum were masterpieces of a DC game. The game I'd be very skeptical on seeing that'd be made would be like a Flash game, Arrow game, the Green Arrow or the Flash game. Those were two games I'd be so skeptical on seeing.
I would love to see. I'll be honest. Out of all of the DC heroes, my favorite is Raven from Teen Titans. So, then again, I'm also a huge Tara Strong fan, and Tara Strong voiced her in the original. And in the new one, which I still have to wonder what the hell was she thinking, but I would love to see more of Raven. Because that was me in high school. I was the kid that was dressed in black, just kind of off to the corner, doing my own thing. I related to her so much.
So you were Raven.
Basically. Except, I didn't have a portal into my mind that had a pink version of me going, "Hi! How's it going? Pink is my favorite color."
See,
no, that wouldn't have been me.
Did anyone else see this? There was some things on Twitter about like why aren't there enough female superheroes? This is the thing. So a character like Raven, you couldn't see because she's so standoffish. It's like it would be as part of
an explanation though.
Yeah, but I mean, if she was gonna say she had a solo thing, I don't think it would work as well because like the audience wouldn't be able to connect with her. If you see what I mean.
I disagree with that. I think there's a lot of people who love Raven. I like Raven. I think she's a really good character, and they have done plenty of things where they've dived into her character.
But can you see a solo film?
Compared to that very happy one, yeah, Raven's a good balance.
Well, the thing I love about Raven is that her background, okay? She's half demon. She had to learn to completely shut down Trigon. She had to completely learn how to shut down her emotions and not feel anything.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, that would alert her dad to, "Hey, your daughter's having an emotional breakdown. Here's where she is. Go take her over."
Yeah, she's Spock.
Yeah, basically. But in a way, though, there have been a couple of moments in Teen Titans, the animated series, that like there was an entire arc where they basically looked into a lot of her past, and it got darker at times than I thought it did, and I thought it would, but it really showed that internal conflict of she has these emotions, she wants to show them, she can't, she has to constantly meditate to keep up with, to basically keep from putting a giant signal on her head for her dad. And I think the one episode that really kind of started people looking at that high tide, one of the things that really started people looking at that was this one episode at the very beginning. She kind of loses it, and we're not sure what he saw, but she gets Dr. Light, brings him into her cloak, sorry. Andrea, where are there two of you?
He's cloned himself.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Black.
One personality is Norwegian.
One's German, the other is Viking. That's why it's called the German Viking thing.
But anyway, so, I mean, we don't know what scene. But all we know is that immediately after Dr. Light, she spits Dr. Light back out, he's traumatized. We don't. All he does is sit there shaking in the fetal position. It was so dark. Then later on, in an episode, I think it was maybe 2 seasons or so later, where they run into him again, and he doesn't want to cooperate. And then she shows up and goes, "Do you want to go do that again?" "No, I'm good. I'll go with you guys. Let's go." And I think that was, that was the perfect way of going into the darkness that is going on inside of Raven's head without being traumatized, without traumatizing the kids that are watching it. I fucking hate the new one with a passion, and I know I keep saying that. Teen Titans Go is a piece of shit. There is a
Anybody
fan...
who has watched the original Teen Titans series hates the new Teen Titans.
Yeah. Well,
guys, we're getting way off topic here. I think I should moderate just a little bit. Shall we move on to impressions of Age of Ultron?
You know what? I'm staying far the fuck away from this simply because of Joss Whedon.
You know what? I'm not gonna I'm gonna say it like this. I'm not gonna punish the cast for Joss Whedon's past mistakes. We're not going to get into because this is not a GG stream. So I'm just gonna say it like this.
No,
I'm not gonna punish the cast for.
No, can we
Joss
please let's stop for a moment, all right? Let's stop. Let's not talk about Joss Whedon and whatever his political, but let's talk about the movie as it stands.
Okay, the movie as it stands, I'm actually hopeful because I mean the first one was amazing, and. Yeah, I mean, they got some really good actors on here. Honestly, this is the only reason. Avengers is the only reason. I'm even slightly okay with the idea. I'm only slightly okay with the idea of Scarlett Johansson playing Midge Kusanagi in the live-action Ghost in the Shell that's supposedly coming out. And I mean, apparently she has been cast. She is going to be... Tyree, stop being a creepy pervert. She did. From what I understand, she is set to play Major Kusanagi. I'm a huge fan of the original anime version. I have it on my computer. I've seen it. I don't know.
Yeah, Age of Ultron.
No, I'm talking about one of the actresses there.
Yeah, okay, but
okay,
right,
Age of Ultron.
I can start off a little bit because I actually have seen the movie, and the idea here is that I just watched the latest episode from Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and man, they are really shoehorning in things now because they are setting up the Avengers movie in the last episode of
They've been doing that since the beginning, though.
Yeah,
They did that with the
I know.
Wait.
Let that Norwegian guy continue. Go right ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I watched it, and you know, if you have seen the latest Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episode, you will it will start to make sense after you've seen the movie, because the episode that comes next week, May 4th, that episode will take place after the Ultron movie, and but I just love, because during the entire season 2, we barely had heard any talk of this at all, and in the last 5 minutes of this episode, we're like, oh, by the way, there's some shit happening. It was like, fuck you. It was the biggest shoehorn ever.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. started after the Avengers movie.
It did.
Yeah, so...
But chronologically... Okay, let me explain.
Please do, I'm really confused.
Yeah, because Avengers starts... Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. starts after the Avengers movie, right? But if you watch Captain America, the Winter Soldier, there is a reason why we're a season break of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because the events in Captain America, the Winter Soldier are referenced in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So
really,
they are
a whole multimedia platform thing.
Yes, they are. It's in the same universe, and they're trying to keep everything chronological. So this episode that came out today, or yesterday, I believe, in the US, that takes place before the Avengers movie. The next week's episode takes place after the Avengers movie, the new one.
Okay, I never thought I'd say this. This Zelda timeline makes more sense.
Well, I've got a question.
Yes.
Did anyone see the Avengers cartoon? Because they did the sort of Age of Ultron story in that one. Where, obviously, because they had Ant-Man in that one. And I know Ant-Man's going to be coming out, was it 2016, I think?
No, July 17th, this year.
This year.
I still don't understand that one.
Because Ant-Man was supposed to have invented Ultron. Yeah, I don't know how that works, but I mean, that's...
All right. I can explain how they did it in the movie, but if you haven't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it for you.
Well, don't then. I mean, I just put it out there. I mean, in broad strokes, how do you think it compares as story-wise, what they're doing with obviously a different thing, and I will see it probably quite soon.
Yeah, the idea here, I mean, I mean, all right. I mean, I can. You know, this has been revealed in the trailers of Age of Ultron as well as how Ultron is created. It's been revealed who. I mean, it's Tony Stark who creates the Ultron program.
Well, logically, that would be the only choice because obviously Iron Man.
Yeah. So he and Bruce Banner are the two guys that developed the Ultron AI.
You know, I can handle this if you want to go check on Walter, see how he's doing.
So that is what essentially happens.
What was the name? Oh, I forget the name of it because he already had the AI. I forget the name of his AI butler, basically.
Oh, Jarvis.
Jarvis, that's it. Yes, of course I forgot because he was in the cartoon as well. So that's presumably
there is a major spoiler for the movie concerning him that I will not reveal to you. You're gonna have to because he's I'm not gonna reveal it at all.
So y'all haven't seen what was it? Agent Carter.
Today was the day he was gonna die.
What is that background now?
Someone's watching television.
Yeah. Well, during the mid season for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they ran Agent Carter. It was a 6-episode special, and that went in the past. And of course, you see Tony Stark's father and Jarvis. So you actually see the origin of Jarvis in the show too.
Yeah, but they did. They actually, the whole origin. I mean, because the timeline it's not that complicated if you look it up. I mean, they take a break from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. whenever there's a movie coming out about these characters. I mean, trust me, once the next Captain America movie comes out, there will be a break in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and then they will continue the storyline in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. after that movie has come out.
Well, it makes perfect sense. I mean, they have basically published their sort of timeline. Their Phase 1, their Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase Infinity, Gauntlets, whatever sort of Marvel master plan, as it were, to completely make DC irrelevant in every way possible.
But the whole idea here is, I mean, I'm just gonna talking about the Avengers: Age of Ultron movie. I mean, looking at how this movie was, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but the whole thing feels like a setup to the Civil War, and
makes sense. Yeah.
And I know a lot of people like this movie, but I did not like this movie as much as the first one, and I actually liked the Winter Soldier a hell of a lot better than this movie.
That's interesting because a lot of people were down on the Winter Soldier, and I thought it was
actually the Winter Soldier was one of the best of Marvel movies made possibly ever because
I still haven't seen it.
If you haven't seen the Winter Soldier, then no wonder you're confused about the timeline because
for me it's average really. I mean, like the Incredible Hulk, I thought was kind of meh as well. I mean, Thor for me was really one that surprised me a lot. I thought it was a lot better than I was expecting. But
I was expecting Thor.
Iron Man was obviously really good. But the whole Iron Man 2 less. Iron Man 3, you're going. Because I love the Mandarin from the cartoons. It's like you really fuck the Mandarin.
But keep in mind that the next Captain America movie will feature Iron Man because it's the Marvel Civil War storyline.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm surprised they're even daring calling this a Captain America movie because Robert Downey Jr. steals the show. Putting him in Chris.
Of course he does. It's Robert Downey fucking Jr.
I'm putting those two in a supporting role, just like the Winter Soldier. Putting him in a supporting role, Scarlett Johansson. I mean, come on, those two did well together in the movie.
Put those two together in a room with absolutely nothing. Just have them in a room, have them talking. People would pay to see that shit.
He has got a bucket full of charisma with a side order of handsome face.
With another side order of batshit crazy, but that's not even there.
Well, coke is a hell of a drug.
No, honestly, the Marvel movies that have come out a lot lately, one of the ones that I loved the most, that I was actually really surprised I enjoyed as much as I did, was oh god, I'm trying to think of it.
Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yes, thank you. Guardians of the Galaxy was really good.
Yeah.
That movie just came out of nowhere and basically took everybody by storm because everybody loved it. Everybody loved the characters. The actor was great. I think that it it was just a good movie. I mean, it was a adventure movie, and some people actually said that it's probably our generation's answer to Star Wars. A fun cast, doesn't take itself way too seriously. It's I enjoyed that movie for what.
Robert Downey Jr. himself said that it was the best Marvel movie to come out to date.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the soundtrack, I gotta love the soundtrack as a huge fan of more classic music, classic rock music. I gotta appreciate it because so many people are now, getting into some of the music that me and Ty listen to all the time. But also, I mean...
I love the intro. I love the intro to Guardians of the Galaxy.
30 years ago.
I love the intro to Guardians of the Galaxy when he's basically using the rat as a microphone.
Yes,
it's hilarious.
Yes. I cracked up when I saw that one. But I mean, honestly, Groot is. I never in a million years thought I would find so much amusement from basically a talking tree.
Well, I never thought I'd find so much emotion because, I mean, that ending scene. I won't spoil it for everyone. But
you know what? I cried. I will sit here and admit it to everyone right now. I cried at the end.
I mean, yeah, you've got basically you've got a character. It's like a Pokemon. It can only say one thing, and so
here, don't get me started about being used to the games and then watching the anime series for the first time and then them saying their names. Trust me, they were not supposed to say their own names. In the first place, when Pokemon
but the whole
started.
the whole idea here was what was interesting about Guardians of the Galaxy was essentially I loved when Rocket was explaining, his vocabulary is limited to I and am and Groot in that order specifically.
I am Groot. That was awesome.
You know what? I have to give credit to Vin Diesel because he said it so many different ways, and not only that, I actually found out not too long ago that he also did the dubbing for Groot in other languages. So
how hard can that be?
Yeah, you're right.
Hats off to that guy for pushing.
Then I'm Groot.
You know what? To be honest, that did not surprise me. That did not surprise me, considering we're talking about a guy who played D&D for so long, and apparently still does, that he wrote the intro for the anniversary Dungeons & Dragons book. I would love to play a game of D&D with Vin Diesel, and I haven't played that game in fucking years.
Speaking of other languages, I just suddenly remembered the whole Deadpool test footage when he comes crashing through the car. Hola,
I fucking love that!
Okay, hola, me llamo el vecino de la muerta.
Okay.
Oh my god. That was amazing. I seriously, I know they're actually making a movie. God, I hope
and
it's like
I am very happy that movie is coming out. But anyways, anybody else want to comment on the Avengers movie, or are we done?
My opinion is on this one. You first, Adriel.
Well, I saw it last Friday, so it's more character development and I think less action compared to the previous ones. So I enjoyed it.
So they're doing the complete opposite of what Michael Bay does. Me and my mom were watching that new Transformers movie for the first time just a couple weeks ago.
Why?
And she says she wanted to watch it. I'm like, oh god, I've been avoiding that movie for so long, and I just want like, great, Michael Bay just delivered another steaming pile of shit.
Why don't you just get a bunch of explosives, put it in a pile, set it on fire, and you'll see every single Michael Bay
and then put Megan Fox's picture
pretty
on it.
Much.
That's basically a Michael Bay film.
Much.
Just add a bunch of explosives and put Megan Fox or some other hot woman in there, and just that's Michael Bay.
Guys, I gotta take off for a while. I'll be back, but
okay.
Yes, if there is a room in the stream, but I gotta take off for a little while. So talk to you guys
go right
later.
ahead.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Later, man.
Well, in this movie, I'm not gonna try and spoil it too much for people, but basically, Black Widow, Bruce Banner, Hawkeye got more screen time and more character development compared to the last movie, because that was pretty much Loki, Iron Man, and
Yeah.
And that's why Loki is. That's why the actor who plays Loki is so freaking popular right now, and a lot of the girls like him. It's because he was like a big thing in the last.
Well, not only that, a lot of people see him as a Wooby. Basically, he cries basically every time he has to fight Thor, because there's that internal conflict of, this is my brother, I don't want to fight him, but I know I have to, type of thing. And really, I mean, it's, oh God, I hate to admit this, but us women, a lot of us women, have this instinct need, this kind of maternal instinct. If we find someone adorable and they seem to be in pain, we want to try to help them. And so Loki, hey, I'm admitting it. I will admit I've done the same thing before.
He's got the puppy dog eyes.
Yes, he does. You look at Loki, and he's sitting there, and he's about to fight Thor, but he looks so sad and pathetic, and he doesn't want to do it, and you just want to run over to him, grab his head, put him in your boobs, and go, it'll be okay.
Well, that's pretty much what his mother does all the time anyway.
Like the Black Widow, for instance, they did give her character a little bit more development in like the Winter Soldier. I'm not going to say much since Lisa didn't watch the movie, but they developed her character at least a little bit better. They worked her better with Captain America, and they developed her. It was actually pretty good character development for her. So if they developed her, I'm going to watch it Friday. I'm heading into town Friday just to go watch it. So.
Well, it depends on how much you like the whole Shield stuff. I mean, some people didn't like. Some people didn't like a lot of the Shield stuff in like the Avengers. I mean, I found some of it was quite weak. It's like I want to see the superheroes less than Shield. So if you don't like all that Shield politics, I mean, you may not enjoy it that much. But meh, I'm okay with. I mean, Samuel L. Jackson is the baddest motherfucker in the universe. Even when he's in a galaxy far, far away, long time ago, he's still the best thing about anything. So. That always helps carry a movie.
He almost canceled out Jar Jar Binks. Almost.
George Lucas. Why didn't he? If he would have canceled out Jar Jar Binks, Episode 1 would have been a lot more palatable. Here's
the thing. I know he put that in for kids, and I was a kid when I saw it in theaters. Even I thought it was crap. But here's the thing that gets me. I read somewhere that George Lucas has said that he thinks that Jar Jar Binks is the best character he ever created, and it makes me just want to smack him in the face.
He does. This is why you.
You know what made it?
This is why you never go
Empire Strikes Back funny. Among its tragedy, it was because C-3PO and Han Solo and Leia, they all had this like conflict with each other on the Millennium Falcon. That's what actually made Empire Strikes Back funny. And trying to start the Millennium Falcon and be forced to smash on the side to get it started. It's actually a hilarious thing to show us all that, hey, we have cars somewhere. Or machinery that's struggling to get started, so we hit it just to get it started.
Yeah, but we're gonna get into Star Wars.
There's a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
Lisa, you're ruining our lives. Lisa, you're tearing us apart.
We can talk more about Star Wars later. But we can move on to the next topic, which is...
there's one thing I want to know. Age of Ultron. It does seem like the trailer. That's the only thing I want to know. Because I was burned bad by Iron Man 3. I never watched again a Marvel movie since Iron Man 3.
It's as good as the trailer, I would say, yeah.
Okay.
It's just a plain fun movie with more character development, setting up future movies. So they're filming Avengers 3 and 4 back to back. So
stay tuned, folks.
So yeah, let's move on to the next topic. Let me just mark it. What do we like on TV currently?
Well, I can go first on this because I am really liking The Flash. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did because having seen previous attempts, like Gotham, I tried to like, and it's like, nah, not so much. But They've really got it right with the Flash. They got decent special effects. They got a good story, interesting story.
Good actors.
Good, yes, very interesting. The guy who played, I can't remember his name, but the guy who played
Cisco.
Ed. I don't like Cisco as much. The one thing that really pisses me off for that the series though is every time they have that my sort of stepsister and I'm in love with her. It's like no, every time I just like, bitch, please, just fuck someone else for fuck's sake, please.
Yeah, you had a hot blonde that was going for you in one episode, and then you turn her away. I mean, come on now,
motherfucker.
Stop.
Just stop. Right, stop lusting. I know it's kind of incestuous and all that. That's hot. Don't get me wrong. That's some hot. For fuck's sake. You got the like that. There was an episode in the karaoke bar, and it's like this woman picks him up, and it's like, motherfucker, forget about this other bitch, right? Fuck her, and you're the Flash. I mean, Jesus, you're gonna give her a good time. I mean, she's not gonna know what it is. Fucking hell.
Well, it didn't turn out good for him because it turned out she was a villain and tried to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're confusing with the one who was hitting on Cisco.
Yeah,
the one in the karaoke was not a villain.
No, that was the. She was another journalist.
She was a journalist, yeah.
Yeah, she was another journalist. She was competing with what's her name?
And the one from the Arrow that came on that one episode. It's like she starts going on to him, that really hot blonde, and it's like he just like churns her away. Felicity,
yeah, but that's the thing.
He turns her away. It's like, what a. The
most recent episode I saw, she came back. There's another crossover with the Arrow.
Her boyfriend. It's part of the comic book with their character, with that one superhero. I can't think of his name. I can't
remember the name either. But it's basically Iron Man.
Yes.
The Atom.
The Atom. That's
it. It's like.
He's supposed to have his bloody shrinking power, for Christ's sake. So I didn't see any of that shit going on.
No, he didn't. All they were talking about was this power suit and nuclear belt.
He mentioned shrinking powers at the end of the episode.
Yeah, and a smaller was better. That's all he said.
Yeah.
And that was hilarious. He grabs her after he says that. He grabs Felicity after he says that. And or he looked at her or something. I just laughed my ass off.
Yeah, but I was just triggered by the trailer there because every time I see it, I really wish I could remember the daughter's name because every time I see him,
Iris.
Ivory, yes.
Yeah, stop being such a cuck, for fuck's sake.
Go for
these other women. Stop it. Just stop it, mate. Look, I know I've been there, but just stop it. Please. Please, God, stop. But apart from that, I really enjoy the series.
Yeah. I mean, come on, Flash is like one of the best things they could have ever done on CW. I mean, the Arrow is pretty good to like mix it in and stuff. The Arrow just got dark after they started adding Raja Ghul into it.
Well, I mean,
I like Raja Ghul as an awesome villain.
Unfortunately, I haven't because the Green Arrow or the Arrow, whatever they never call him the Green Arrow, do they? But I mean, because
the Arrow.
But because they didn't ever show the first series, so I'm basically coming in late, and I got series 3, and I'm one of these guys. It's like I don't want to watch halfway through, but I know it probably doesn't make any bloody difference.
Let me tell you how the Green Arrow goes. It first starts out as him and his father and his girlfriend's little sister he took with him. Cheating on his girlfriend with his little sister. They go out and stuff, and they're on a yacht and they travel in the Pacific, and the ship sinks. Like it was, you found later on that it was caused by. This is first season. It came out a couple years ago, so I'm not spoiling anything if you guys haven't seen this. So don't scream about spoilers. If you don't want to hear about it, then don't. But I'm going back on this now. What happens is, this is the first season, by the way, the ship sinks, and he gets out, and him and his father, the girlfriend somehow disappears and something. She supposedly dies, but she comes back later on. But she supposedly dies, and you find out that, and then the ship sinks, and he gets out with his father and some other guy. His father gives him a list of the bad people saying he's done bad, and he shoots that guy, and he shoots himself, and leaves can't think of his name, to fend for himself, the Arrow, to fend for himself, and then it finds out like 5 years later he's on this island with the bow and arrow, and he sees a boat come right by, so he fires a signal flare or something. He fires like a fire. He shoots at a wood pack or something. I'm not sure. It was like he made a signal fire basically.
But I think they get it.
Yeah, and that's how it all went down. Is the first season he found all the villains and stuff like that, and that's how that gets done. He becomes a villain basically to the city.
Yeah, the nice thing about Arrow is that it doesn't fuck around. I mean, he kills everyone who's standing in his way.
Well,
he doesn't give a shit.
In the new seasons, he doesn't kill people.
Yeah, I know, but the first season, he doesn't give a shit.
Yes, and that's basically what it was he was the city hated him. The city really hated him. I mean, some people liked him, but the majority of the people hated him. He was a villain, basically. He was a vigilante. He was an actual vigilante, not like Batman being a vigilante that captured people. He is a vigilante that killed people. He was like the opposite of Batman in a good way. And that was an awesome season. The first season was amazing. Second season started screwing around big time. And third season, I haven't watched third season yet.
You reckon it's a case of basically saying, hey guys, you got to tone this shit down a bit. We're going for like a younger demographic here.
No, I don't think that's the case.
So.
No, not really.
No.
I think it's more than that he morphed into the superhero. First, he didn't know.
And like when the Flash did like the first episode of the Flash, he goes right to Starlight City. The Flash just runs to Starlight City and talks to him and talks to the Arrow and System. I know you know what I'm going through right now. I'm like, you have a chance to make things right. I wasn't, and he basically put it like that during the first episode of the Flash.
It's kind of proper character development, then you'd say.
Yes, they do a good job of character development for both these series. And I have to say, I enjoy them both. They see right there, as you guys are seeing right there, it's Barry talking to him, and he just says, that's cool. And then the Arrow says, that's cool, when he starts running.
To be honest, I'm liking Gotham too.
Gotham?
Gotham.
I haven't watched. I watched a few seasons of Gotham. It's like the backstory of Bruce Wayne's life, and what's his name, the Chief or whatever his name was.
Jim Gordon.
Gordon, yes, Gordon.
Lieutenant at the moment.
Background stuff like that, and it's actually pretty good. It shows like the Penguin. It shows his background and stuff.
The Penguin is the whole show, basically.
Yes, he was a really good character.
Here's my problem with it, is that Selena Kyle is a little bit too old for Bruce Wayne, and obviously everybody knows that there's this whole thing. So basically, all we know now is that Batman has a thing for older ladies, because she's at least 5 or 6 years older than him, I'd reckon.
I always thought Selena Kyle was younger.
Exactly, but obviously not in this one.
No.
They never say that she's younger.
Yeah, there's the Arrow right there.
The other series I like to watch is Person of Interest. That's a pretty good show. I recommend it. It's basically Watch Dogs, and but like a TV series, and it's good.
I think I know the one you talk about. It's basically like a sort of spy thriller thing. I don't think I've actually seen that one either. But I think I've seen trailers for it.
A special or ex-CIA guy or spy who got washed out. He was done with his life, and he somehow got on the radar of the cops, and then the guy who basically invented like the modern like surveillance system. He's basically trying to catch people before they kill people. Basically, that in New York. So I would recommend that series as well.
Is anyone watching Black Sails?
No.
No?
No one's watching it, ever. I don't know that one.
Do you know about it? Black Sails.
I haven't heard of this one, no.
It's about pirates in the golden age of pirates. Is basically a prequel
Who's showing it?
I don't know. I don't know if I can share my screen. Can you search it on YouTube? Black Sails.
Isn't it HBO?
No, it's Stars.
Oh, Stars, yeah. I mean, I might get to see it. It depends whether Sky, because I'm in the UK, that's who shows it. I don't know whether Sky will have it or not, but they might do. So I'll keep a lookout for it then, in that case.
It's pretty good. I'm enjoying it a lot. And it's basically a prequel to Treasure Island by Stevenson.
Yes. Robert Louis
Stevenson. Yeah.
Get the whole thing right.
So you see the origin of John Silver, his former captain Flint, and you see all the famous historical pirates of the era.
Blackbeard is going to crop
Blackbeard,
up.
yeah. But Blackbeard actually has
Edward Kenway. Edward Kenway at all in there?
No.
Unfortunate.
But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's at the second season now. I don't know if the second season ended or if they are at the mid-season. I have to check. But it's a pretty good series.
Okay. Alright, I'm back.
I kind of want to move over to like Netflix exclusive series with Daredevil and other series. Do you guys like that sort of stuff?
Daredevil, I haven't watched Daredevil yet. Yeah, Lisa's gonna get mad at me for saying this, but
no,
I haven't watched it yet.
No,
Unfortunately, I don't have Netflix myself. I'm going to skip out for a second. I've drunk too much beer, so I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, man. Jesus. Jesus. So what the hell? Oh, geez.
Coming from him, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, we have like good shows that people like. They seem to like with Daredevil, Orange is the New Black, and other shows that at least I seem like Daredevil, which is an excellent series, which I would recommend anyone to see. Do you guys like that sort of content?
Daredevil?
Or no, just the Netflix.
I like some of the Netflix original series. They put on some good shows from time to time. I watched Marco Polo. That was actually a pretty good show sometimes.
All right.
It's kind of hit and miss with me, honestly. There's a few shows I enjoyed. There's a few shows I didn't.
Marco Polo was kind of like trying to take the Game of Thrones style to it.
Oh, that might bite them. That might bite them doing that.
Yeah, there was a lot of nudity and stuff, and a lot of sex in Marco Polo.
I mean, I think it's really interesting that they're coming out with original series instead of like constantly trying to get the series that's popular on TV.
Yeah.
And then losing it, and then therefore losing their customers because everybody wants to watch Game of Thrones or whatever. But the fact that they come up with original shows is really interesting. That was a really good move. But you can't copy off of someone else. Because if you just try to copy Game of Thrones, everyone's just going to say, it's just Game of Thrones. This is their version of Game of Thrones.
And that's what Marco Polo feels like. It's like the Marco Polo storyline with just a Game of Thrones hint to it. It's like around the kingdom of Kublai Khan. It's pretty good to a point, but it's just it's just like I could just watch Game of Thrones.
Isn't Marco Polo based on an actual person?
Joffrey.
Yeah.
Marco Polo, the first man to slay another.
How many times have you guys replayed the Joffrey death scene?
Do you get off to that? Is that what you're saying? It's like,
no, I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm going to get off to Joffrey dying.
Well, let's try to keep the spoilers to a minimum.
Well, I mean, trigger warning, Game of Thrones.
When someone dies is not a spoiler.
No, everybody knew that it happened.
Everybody you like is going to die.
No, who likes Joffrey? I mean, who likes him?
Oh, I think he's a...
Everybody started cheering when he just like...
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Leon. Marco Polo actually existed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But still, it was like they took it's like they took the series and it was like
maybe
like
Game of Thrones borrowed from his history. Just
so when Marco Polo was writing, he was writing about the things he saw. He never wrote about himself, really. We never really knew who the man was, Marco Polo. So it was like they were
surely that wouldn't have been I can't imagine that was ever a thing. I mean, that sort of diary keeping. I don't know when that sort of invented, but I imagine that was basically. You never would have written about yourself. You would have written about events.
Marco Polo wrote a book called Il Milione, which is the telling of his voyage towards Asia as a Venetian merchant. So we have all his stories about his voyage and his permanence in Asia. It's not clear where exactly, because at the time the idea of Asia was very vague. They didn't have a clear idea of where a state began, ended, but basically was the Mongols, I believe, right?
Yeah, yeah, it was Kublai Khan's empire around that time.
Yeah.
Well, I know John Smith kind of kept a diary type of thing, but then again, it's pretty much believed nowadays that it was full of shit, but still.
Yeah, I was just wondering, really. I mean, because obviously, a lot of the ways you read histories and the histories that I've written, they're written by it's third-party stuff, and it's rarely about people. It is more about events. Chroniclers, they used to call them. People who wrote about the important events of the time. Journalists. Don't be triggered by journalism, okay? We're not getting onto that, but it's kind of a new invention, really.
Hey guys, I just had to go to the store. I needed to get some nicotine. I needed cigarettes.
Well done, my friend. Well done.
I'm not myself, so.
I've been listening in on the conversation while I was walking out. I was listening into the stream. You guys were talking about the Marco Polo series.
Yeah. About Netflix.
Yeah.
Got any of your takes on it? I got mine.
Well, Marco Polo, I was listening to what you said. I was just listening into the stream, and I agree with you, Leon. It reminds me of Game of Thrones, and my question while watching it was, why should I watch this when I have Game of Thrones? I read a lot about Marco Polo. I mean, the original stuff. I read a lot about him as a person, and I find the story interesting, but I find the show incredibly boring. So.
Yeah. I mean, they could show his travel and him just traveling, but all it's showing is him being enslaved, him being in the servitude of Kublai Khan. That's all it's showing, and just a bunch of naked Chinese women at times.
What I will say about Netflix shows is that has anybody tried Googling Marvel? I mean, not Googling. I'm sorry, searching Marvel on Netflix. You will see 3 shows that are upcoming and is not out yet.
Yeah, Luke Cage. What else? With Agent Carter, I think is out.
Yeah. But
they're going to make a whole series based off of that?
They're going to make more stuff with Marvel, and just want to get this out there. Daredevil, 10 out of 10. If you haven't watched it, watch it. That show is fucking awesome.
I'm gonna watch after the stream. I've I've been avoiding it. I just didn't want to get.
I was so bummed out. I was so bummed out by the Affleck version of Daredevil, but after watching this show, I am excited. And I have to say that the guy who plays
Are they going to put him in with the Avengers? Please tell me they don't.
It's in the same universe. And they reference the events.
It would be. I think they might put, if they put them together, it's going to be in the Civil War, but just along with Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, they did a good job of putting them in the same universe. Like, if you watch the end of Thor: The Dark World, it was showing the Collector. Is that his name? The Collector or the?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Collector. They showed the Collector, and it's just like, holy shit! And I'm like, there has to be something coming.
But the idea here is essentially that looking at Daredevil specifically, the one guy who steals the show in that steals the show is not just the guy playing Daredevil, but the villain, Wilson Fisk. The guy who plays Wilson Fisk steals the show. I mean, he's an awesome villain.
The Kingpin.
Yeah, he's such an awesome villain for many different reasons, and one of the reasons I like it, he's human. I mean, he's a psychotic guy, but you understand his thought process because they actually go into why he has become the way he did, and I love that. I think he's a great villain.
Yeah, they definitely made him a lot more sympathizable. It made it easier to sympathize with him.
Because he's a good villain, and he's real, and you feel the threat that he poses to the people of Hell's Kitchen. But it's
not the show. I'm just let people know that aren't used to
Hell's
Marvel
Kitchen,
universe.
New York. It's a
I'm
place
just
in New
saying,
York.
not the TV show.
Yeah.
The one thing I like about Marvel is they've used real world places, cities. The one thing I don't like about DC is they use places that seem so much like for instance, Metropolis is supposed to be designed like New York, and so is Gotham, and then Central City. I'm not sure. I think Central City is more Chicago, Detroit, Chicago. Yes, but all these cities, it's like at least event a Marvel makes sense because it's like in New York.
Yeah, it keeps it a little bit grounded despite everything. I mean, the only Marvel movie that really hasn't been in a Marvel movie so far that hasn't taken place mainly in a real place is Guardians of the Galaxy. But
Thor, but that's just because.
Avengers 2 as well. They're in a country that doesn't exist.
Yeah, actually, that's true. Yeah.
Well, they have that. I mean, Marvel has its sort of real world stuff, so you got New York and stuff, and you have places like.
Yeah, but Marvel makes sense though.
But they honestly, the country they were in the Avengers movie was a parody of Ukraine. They couldn't set it in Ukraine for political reasons.
What's that country? Doctor Doom, or was it?
Latvia.
Latveria. Thank you.
The country in the movie was Sokovia.
Which is a Ukraine, basically.
Well, that's the thing. It's Eastern European.
Everybody know one thing. I'm a little pissed off at the ending of Guardians of the Galaxy. They show that duck from the worst movie ever made. Howard the Duck. And I'm just still mad.
Okay. Leon, you can't be too mad. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yes, I agree with 100%. The original Howard the Duck movie sucked so badly. I will say two words that Nostalgia Critic kept saying during his review. Duck tits. That shouldn't exist. Honestly. Hey.
Yeah, I've seen that review. Yeah. I've seen the review, and I agree with him 100%. But you keep in mind. But keep in mind have you read the actual Howard the Duck comics?
Yes, and I was actually getting to that. The Howard the Duck from the comics, I'm not entirely sure what the hell the film crew was smoking when they came up with that, but they changed a lot. Yeah. And actually, I read the comics after I saw that movie for the first time, and I'm still wondering why the hell I actually sat through it, but neither here nor there. And that's why when I saw Howard the Duck at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy, I actually was kind of like, all right, that's kind of neat. That's a nice little shout-out, because really when it comes to the overall Marvel Universe and the comics, Guardians of the Galaxy, not a whole lot of people have heard of them. I mean,
No,
you have
it's an obscure comic from the 70s.
But take a look at the Howard the Duck scene in Guardians of the Galaxy. The short cameo. The design of Howard the Duck in Guardians of the Galaxy is actually more true to the comics.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and that is I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him in sort of like a crazy cameo role, or even having him appear, because it's such a fun little tribute. And I wouldn't mind that at all. I mean, if they could,
that's kind of the next topic. What kind of comic book shows, not movies, but shows would you like to see?
I would love to see
Spider-Man shows. I would like to see. I mean, Wonder Woman. I'm kind of concerned. I would like to see Wonder Woman to some point, but that's just because just to show that hey, they do have female comic book characters. I would like to see Wonder Woman. I know some people don't like her, but I would like
Supergirl is getting a series.
Yes, that's gonna be good.
I was gonna say I'd rather see a female character that hasn't been ruined.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea here is, man, one of the shows that I really wanted to see, and it has been made now, but I love it and I hate it at the same time. It's sort of a strange love-hate relationship with it, is Gotham, the show. I wanted to see a police show set in Gotham before Batman.
That's what it was, and that's what we're getting.
Pretty much what it is. Yeah.
And I see it right now.
I enjoy it a lot, actually, but there's some episodes that I absolutely cannot stand, while there are other times I just love this show. I have such a strange relationship with this show because I can't take I have to watch it whenever there's a new episode out. I have to watch it, but at the same time,
when it comes on Netflix. I lost track of the series.
No, I'm currently watching it now. They're about to take a season break. There will be one more episode, and then but here's the crazy part: there will be one more episode now. And then they will take a very short break, which is essentially really short. They will take a break now, and then they will come back in September with season 2. So it's a really short break.
That's a season finale here. That's what we call a season finale.
Yeah, I mean they're taking but it's such a short timeline between season 1 and season 2. It's usually a year.
That's what it's always like here in America. It's like
it's always like that. All the TV shows are coming to an end. Flash, Arrow, Person of Interest, all the shows.
But only
what they do now is they have mid seasons too. So like they never done that before, where they take a break in the middle of the season.
They've always done that around the holiday times.
Well, yeah, the holiday. I mean, but now it's a regular thing. It's a regular thing.
Yeah, but it's so weird when you look at that. But anyways, back to Gotham. I mean, if you want to talk one show that I think will be interesting to see, because I would really like to see a more Marvel has so many characters, DC Universe has so many characters, but if we're going to talk about female characters, the one show, and I think Lisa will agree with me here, let's show Harley Quinn. Let's make a show about Harley Quinn.
Yes, yeah, I would love to see that.
Yes, I would fucking love that so much.
I want to see how she. I mean, let's have the show start out with the original Harley Quinn, basically when she was working at Arkham, and see her transformation. But there is one major issue why the show would be a problem, because you can't tell a Harley Quinn story without including the Joker.
That is true. I mean, the Joker is what made Harley Quinn. So yeah, it would be impossible to tell a Harley Quinn story.
And there are rumors that Harley Quinn will show up in Gotham season 2.
Sweet.
That'd be interesting.
Oh my god, I would actually start watching for that.
If younger Harley Quinn comes up, I would love to see it.
How young is Harley Quinn in Gotham?
No.
Yeah, it's a question you've always got to ask. It's like they're all fucking children.
3 years old.
Yeah.
You know what? Selena Kyle was very young compared to Batman, so and now she's older than Batman. So my concern is or Catwoman, or whatever you want to view her as. I view her as Selena Kyle.
Like Batman doesn't call her Catwoman ever.
And anyway, how interesting is the story of Harley Quinn before she met the Joker? Because the Joker cannot exist until Batman exists.
Well, there is more than one. I mean, they explained this. Not even in the anime show, they delved into Harley Quinn's past a little bit. I mean, she was working as a psychologist, I believe, at Arkham, and the Joker basically was her patient, but then she actually gets Stockholm syndrome or whatever, and she
falls in love with him.
If I can actually explain this a little bit. Actually, she was an intern at Arkham Asylum, and she actually explicitly asked to, talk to the Joker. And over time, he kind of made a couple of jokes at her. She's like, "Hey, my name's Harleen Quinzel." Hey, he's like, "Oh, like Harley Quinn." But after a couple of sessions, he told her, "Yeah, my dad beat the shit out of me as a kid," and actually got her to feel really sorry for him. And so one time he gets out, gets brought back in by Batman, beaten up, bloodied, bruised, and that's what kind of made her snap. She realized already she was in love with the Joker, but seeing what Batman did to him is what made her snap.
Yeah.
I mean, but there's also one episode. There is also one episode in the animated show that got a lot of criticism when it came out. I mean, even for the 90s, this was some heavy-duty shit to show on TV. It was essentially the Joker mistreating Harley while slapping her. Oh my God! It was like.
And there are so many different mediums that have kind of taken that idea and poked with it. I will say this about I mentioned earlier Injustice Goes Among Us. If you play through Harley Quinn's storyline at the very end, she's getting married to the Joker of another universe. He goes to cut the wedding cake. She freaks out, has a PTSD attack, thinks he's going to kill her, and she kills him.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it made me think that actually the Joker-Harley relationship is the quintessential abusive relationship.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
so is Injustice Gotham a really good game? I did keep it from
It is good. It is good. I enjoyed it. If you like fighting games, if you like Mortal Kombat X, it's basically
a Mortal Kombat style. So if you like
if you like Mortal Kombat, not if you like fighting games.
Don't play those games on the app.
I love
play the app versions,
but I hate Mortal Kombat. I mean, I play traditional fighting games like Street Fighter, King of Fighters.
Angela, are we going to kick this motherfucker or not?
Anyways, though, I mean, honestly, and I kind of mentioned this before, I've been in that kind of marriage myself. Yeah, I mean, it can be really hard to get your head out of the fact that, oh, he's doing this because of me, he's doing it because it's my fault, I'm fucking his life up, whatever. And so maybe that's why I like Harley Quinn so much, because I can really relate to that. Yeah. But, I mean, that was a really good portrayal in a way, especially when she became friends with Poison Ivy. And every time it would get a little rough, she'd go to Poison Ivy, and, I kept asking, why do you keep going back to him? He's an abusive dick.
I just want to say one thing about the Batman animated show. I'm sorry to keep bringing that show up, but there's just so much awesome in that show that can be referenced. And one of the there are 3 really great episodes. I mean, there are more great episodes, but my 3 favorite episodes is essentially when are always the episodes that contain the when Harley and Poison Ivy go out and they basically kidnap Bruce Wayne and force him to buy shit. I love that episode. It's hilarious. And they don't know that he's Batman, but they're basically they're forcing him out on a Valentine's Day date, and they have to. He's being forced to carry all their shit.
Hey, my girl.
And he can't do anything about it because he doesn't have his costume nearby. I love that.
Oh yeah, that was amazing. I mean, honestly, just talking about the series still, I really like the friendship that Harley Quinn and Ivy had in a way, because I mean, you kind of get the impression when we got Harley Quinn's backstory that she didn't really have many friends, and so it's not that she had to go completely batshit crazy and become a villain in order to get some friends, but I mean, I was happy to see her have a friend, to be honest. I really did kind of think that, as weird as this might sound, I think that Ivy really was one of the people that kept Harley Quinn grounded in a way.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that she is, you know, when you look very deep down into Harley, she's essentially a very broken person.
Absolutely.
And
I mean,
well, how much is that the Joker? Because I believe it varies in iteration to iteration how much she.
Okay, I'm actually glad you brought that. Up. If you consider Batman Beyond canon, I'm saying if because I know a lot of people don't, but if you consider Batman Beyond canon, Harley Quinn actually shows up for a little bit at the end of one episode where these twin girls are part of the new Joker gang.
Yes, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, and so she comes to get them out of jail, and she's just like, what the hell is your problem? What were you thinking? You can't be doing this. And one of them makes a comment, shut up, Grandma Harley. And so it seems like she tried to, if you consider that show canon, then she actually left Joker and tried to get back on the straight and narrow.
Well, Batman Beyond was a great show, so I'm more than happy.
Oh, absolutely.
I never really got into Batman Beyond. It wasn't like how we were talking about the 90s. I never got into it. I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
I watched Batman Beyond, but I ended up getting bored and stopped watching it.
But I think Batman Beyond was, I mean, it was a risk for them to do. I mean, but I liked it, but not as much as the original.
Honestly, yes, I can agree. But I think it was a really interesting look at Bruce Wayne's psyche because he basically tried to make Terry be exactly like him, old and alone.
Yes, I knew that he was like trying to. I knew that Batman Beyond took place like years after.
Because I mean the whole time this was completely. I saw this in a video recently. Actually, this was completely unfair on Bruce's part. He basically told Terry, "Okay, I don't care what the hell you're doing. If I call you, you gotta come right now when I call you. I don't care if you're on a date with your girlfriend. I don't care if you're having dinner with your family. I don't give a shit. If I call you, you're going to get here." Or you're done, basically. And, I mean, that's what made me think. Part of me thinks it might have been subconscious on Bruce Wayne's part. Part of me thinks it might have been intentional, maybe because Bruce felt that, you know, if Terry didn't have any attachments when he became more of an adult Batman, then, you know, he would be able to avoid a lot of the heartache. But at the same time, he was, Terry was a teenager.
Has anybody seen, you know the Marvel? No, sorry, I'm saying Marvel. I mean the DC Warner Brothers Batman the Red Hood movie.
Oh my God, it's so wrong that I saw it. Yeah.
Bender is Joker, of course.
It's such a violent, gritty, horrid, depressing movie at the end there, where you basically have Robin beating the hell out of the Joker, and
oh my God!
Am I the only one who? That is the first time I have ever been disturbed while watching a Batman movie.
Well,
no,
not
I agree.
me, because Jason Todd is one of my favorite DC characters, and when you were asking what they should do as a DC for a new show, to me it would be the Red Hood and the Outlaws. Absolutely.
Yeah, but the problem is that I mean, all right. If we take a look at Dark Knight and Christopher Nolan universe for a second, if you have because it's very gritty. The Joker is clearly a psychotic. He's not funny. He's a psycho. He's a murdering crazy.
But because he's highly intelligent, he's as intelligent, possibly more intelligent than Batman, which is what makes it very interesting.
Yeah. But the idea here is that would we want to see a show that essentially have the dark and grittiness of the Red Hood movie, where you
absolutely.
Or is that too much? Would we? I mean, would you seriously want to see a live action show where you have somebody playing the Joker, beating the shit out of Harley Quinn, and her basically going on her knees, going, "I'm sorry," and I was like, Would that even be?
There would be a certain group of people I'm not going to mention by name that would get
Yeah, I don't see that happening, honestly.
Are you kidding me? But I wouldn't like that either. I mean, it would just be too dark. I mean, Batman's already dark enough as it is. But
When you turn off...
That's the point.
Can we
That's the point.
But you don't want people to turn off their TV and basically go, Jesus, and just turn off the TV. It's like,
Guys, I can say one thing though.
To me, the issue is this: if the watcher is informed on what he's going to watch, it's okay.
Yeah, we've been talking.
You don't mask it for a show for.
Yeah, I don't want to have a Batman show. I don't want to have a Batman show where a guy before the show starts, you have a guy saying the following program is rated M. It was like
Why not?
I would love to see the Joker without his face.
Okay.
Well,
it's sort of everyone, because I mean we can talk about
we
DC
talked about DC
forever.
We saved the DC talk for the next stream, okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to inject on the sort of comics into television. I wanted to inject some web comics that I really liked. Now you guys may be familiar with. There's a one called Dr. McNinja, which is quite popular, which would make. It's a doctor who's a ninja. I mean, come on. The premise alone is enough to sell it.
He has internal struggle because he wants to kill, but he has to heal people.
Yeah. It's a great webcomic, and then it would definitely make a very, because basically the way it's drawn, it's got some great action, some ludicrous plot lines. You've got a gorilla who's a nurse. You've got Velociraptor with a kid who has a mustache, which he grew through sheer force of will. I mean, this is a great sort of abstract piece of art. I mean, but you could you could do that shit on television. You really could. I mean, none of it is outside the bounds of what it'd be possible to do in a sort of budget of a show like The Flash or whatever.
And I actually agree with you completely, because we need more like comedy in our comics in a way, because we have too much gritty, fruity.
Take a look.
That's the thing. You can get all your. This is the thing. You can get all your action and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a look at iZombie, for instance. That show is funny. I think I like that show a lot.
Yeah, well, there is also a comic called Dial H, and basically it's a different Earth in the DC, basically a different universe, and. They call up or they use telephones, and they use a number, and they call up and they get a random superpower, and sometimes it's just the most obscure superpower ever, and they try to fight crime, and it's super freaking funny, because it's stupid and awesome at the same time.
The problem I'm having here is that I'm Italian and I watched Batman. I watched Batman. I watched a lot of things that you watched, but there are a lot of staples of my childhood that, as far as I know, are barely known outside. Not outside Italy, but especially in the U.S. Anime basically started with Dragon Ball Z.
Actually, not true. I would say Akira. Akira was the
80s. Yeah. Well, I mean, even before then, there were. People tried to show Gigantor. Gigantor was actually originally Japanese anime, I believe, from the 70s.
What I struggle with is that in America, I never found anyone who knows true manga, true anime, that are the basic education of every Italian child, which is Fist of the North Star, and...
Are you kidding me? I love Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, but basically nobody knows about it.
But can I listen, Simone? I just want to say this. I mean, there's one show that has been dubbed in French and Italian only. That is an animated show, and I was lucky to get a hold of the English dubbed version of that, because it is one of the Corto Maltese.
Ah, Corto Maltese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If any of you haven't watched those animated shows, it's essentially about a sailor who travels around the world in the 1920s and 30s, and he gets into all kinds of situations during World War I and World War II. It's one of the most beautiful anime shows I have watched.
Corto Maltese is actually an Italian comic.
Yeah, I know.
That's why.
I know. It was written by Hugo Pratt, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember.
I think it was him. And it's
Possibly.
essentially, I highly recommend. I was lucky to get the English dubbed version. There are so many more episodes that is only in French and Italian. There is also a movie that is only available in French. Dubbed, it has English subtitles, but you can only get it in the French dub.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it. It's just gorgeous to look at, and it's an amazing story, and I highly recommend it to anybody if you haven't seen it.
Okay,
Another
list
one.
of enemies.
Another one is another Italian comic that spawned a movie that was awful. Was Dylan Dog.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you. Yeah, the movie has nothing to do with the comic. Absolutely nothing.
This stuff is maybe a little too European for many of our American friends in here, but it's like. But it's like
we got numbers. We got numbers.
But it's like
you're in an island.
It's like Tintin, you know. I'm surprised. You know, Tintin never really took off in the U.S. because it's never been an American thing. It's mainly been a European thing, and it's even Spielberg said it was a risk because he knew that people in Europe would go to see this movie, but they had to market the shit out of this movie in the U.S. because I mean, many of us who live in Europe, we grew up watching animated show.
Yeah, I'm just curious because it was in English, and I remember that series very well. And I loved the shit out of it. Did it never reach America?
I never heard of it other than the movie, so.
Okay, I've heard of it. I might have watched 1 or 2 episodes as a kid, but I mean, I can't remember if I've seen it. I have heard of it for a very, very long time.
I mean, it's a Belgian cartoon, and it's essentially I mean, if you ask anybody in Canada, they will have heard of it, especially in Quebec, in the French-speaking version of Canada, they will have heard of it.
I actually need to take off for a few, but real quick before I do, I wanted to answer the initial question. I don't know how many of you guys have heard of this comic, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. I would love to see that as either a movie or a TV series because it's dark. It's about a homicidal maniac, but it's hilarious. Okay, it was created by the guy who created Invader Zim.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah.
Well, you're gonna appreciate that.
As long as it has Filler Bunny in it, I'm pretty happy.
For a second.
Yes, I want to see Filler Bunny in there too, absolutely. But I mean, what?
Why don't they bring that series back, Invader Zim?
Probably gone.
Well, there's a comic version coming out of it too, though. But then again, I mean, here's the thing. Nickelodeon screwed Jonah Vasquez out of so much money. I mean, all that merch that they sell at Hot Topic, he doesn't make a penny off of that shit, which is really depressing. But anyways, as far as anime, there is this one anime called Monster that I think would make an amazing live-action movie. It's basically one day this doctor has he has to choose between save a young boy or save a politician. He chooses a young boy. The young boy later on grows up to become a serial killer, and throughout the entire time, the doctor is trying to figure out, is trying to stop the murders, while keeping in the back of his head, I chose to save him. This is partially my fault. So I think that would be a really interesting series, or a really interesting movie. Don't get me, like I was saying earlier, I'm a little iffy about the Ghost in the Shell live action. I am sad about, before now, especially after Robin Williams died, the only way I would actually watch the live action Neon Genesis Evangelion, like they were talking about, was because Robin Williams was a huge fan of the anime, and he point blank said he wanted to play Gendo. Can you guys imagine if you've seen NGE imagine Robin Williams as Gendo Ikari.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
We'll never know now, though. We'll never know now, though, and that's really sad.
Such is life.
Yeah. Honestly, there's quite a few anime that I've seen that I think actually might work out here in the States, because I mean, Cowboy Bebop did really well. Samurai Champloo did really well. Trigun did really well. And fun fact about Trigun and Cowboy Bebop. First off, they both came out in the same year. I think they came out within weeks of each other, if I'm not mistaken. And both of them failed horribly in Japan. They didn't really kick off until they came here in the States.
Yeah, but Cowboy Bebop was essentially written for a Western audience, and I mean, it's like Black Lagoon even was very westernized, because I remember we had this discussion. A friend of mine was telling me that I had to watch Black Lagoon because it was so good.
I didn't really care much for it.
Yeah, and he said watch it in Japanese because it's the best. And I found out later that the American dub version is actually considered the superior one, because it's one of the few animes where you can actually watch the American version, and it's a lot better because.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was before the Funimation takeover, when you have the same 5 voice actors on just about every anime they put out.
I love Funimation.
I love Funimation too, but I mean, come on.
Full Metal Alchemist, they did a good job of.
I'm Yugi.
Did they do Full Metal Alchemist? Was that them?
Yugi.
They did a good job with that one. Like the first
They
series
did.
was good. The first series of Full Metal was really
Instant
good.
puberty.
I like the second one, if only because it's more like the manga, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I don't know if you guys watch, any of you have Crunchyroll, if you watch syndication. There's this one show that I really want to do a fan dub of, and it's called Comedic Psychosomatic Medicine. And each episode is about 3 to 4 minutes long, and it talks about different mental disorders, but it's done in the funniest way possible. Like the first episode, they're talking about ED. Okay, I'm gonna be blunt here. Erectile dysfunction, and they make it hilarious.
Wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Trigger warning.
Thank you. That sounds that sounds like an
I
interesting.
have something for your trigger warning. That's your trigger warning. But no, it's like I said, it's on syndication, right? Or not syndication, but I can't think of the word right now, but simulcast, that's it, simulcast. It's being simulcast on Crunchyroll right now, and it's actually really, really funny. Like I said, there's like, it's 3 to 4, each episode is 3 to 4 minutes long, but I definitely could see that becoming big here in the States, simply because, oh my god, especially if you like hentai jokes, there's hentai jokes all over the fucking place.
I watched a lot of messed up. I watched a lot of messed up anime shows like G4. Remember when they had Anime Unleashed? Remember that thing that they did?
That was mild compared to some of the stuff.
No, but there were some of the most messed up shows. It was like this one where they traveled through dimensions or something, and it was a boy's dreams. I forgot what it was called, but I just remember this really messed up anime show. It's like, holy shit! Can't think of what it was.
I also a lot of with octopus in it.
What was the name of the?
The name of the show. Do you remember it?
No, I don't.
Could it be Aminobashi?
No, I really don't remember it. No, I can't remember.
Paprika was just a weird movie. You know what? I love Satoshi Kon though, because honestly, Perfect Blue, I had to watch that movie twice back to back in order to get it. Yeah, I still need to. Speaking of Satoshi Kon, I still really need to watch Paranoia Agent, and I'm a little ashamed that I haven't.
Yeah, that was really good.
Well, let's move on to the next topic.
I gotta get going. I'll try and be back on later on though. I gotta go eat though.
Okay.
I'll be back later.
Shall we do my special guest topic of?
Yeah, go ahead.
Being me do some shit. So let's see how well this works. I have no idea how well this will work, but let me try sharing this shit and see if that works. Is that coming up? It's not coming up, is it? Let me try the other one. I've got multiple options. Right, so Andrea, if you'd be so kind as to present that to everyone.
What is that?
Okay.
This is a retro hour. This is basically, I'm going to explain to you why Gamergate exists. Anti-Gamergate exists, and it's because of this game. Because it.
Well, there is purple and green. So
it is indeed. There's already a rape joke there, so I know that. But let me play. Okay, so welcome to my childhood, because this is, I don't know how many of you met. I know Europeans who probably know the ZX Spectrum. Americans probably won't know. So before I go into it, I'll just explain. Sir Clive Sinclair, he wasn't a sir at the time, but basically in the early 80s, there was this whole thing about coming up with it had be done ZX80 and a ZX81, and it was basically the ZX Spectrum was a ZX82, 1982, obviously, and it was the first color machine they came out with, and the whole thing was, how do we come up with a cheap machine? Because at the time they competed with the BBC to make an educational machine that was basically going to be used in schools and stuff. The BBC won out with a more expensive machine, but the Spectrum definitely won out with the home market. And much to Sir Clive Sinclair's chagrin, it was used a lot for games rather than for educational purposes, like, I don't know, calculating pi to as many digits as you could fit in 48 kilobytes of memory. So this is some 8-bit old school stuff. Hopefully you'll enjoy my commentary on this. So listen to that music already. Isn't that wonderful? There we go. And the first problematic thing you'll notice is it's asking you if you're a girl or a boy. Obviously, it's enforcing gender binary roles. This is appalling. Yeah. But
press forward slash.
But the first thing you have to notice, this is a game in 1983 which allows you to choose your sex, and yet somehow this is a thing that has never existed before. I want you to notice that copyright again, 1983, motherfuckers, and also soft solid 3D patent pending, because that would be important. Because at the time, this 3D shit is all kind of new. So I'm going to choose to be a girl because, of course. And here's a little story. So after a long journey, you see your destination, the high-walled city of Antchester. As you stand at the gate, you hear a call of distress, irresistible to a hero like you. Remember, I'm a girl, so I'm a hero. You must answer it. Good luck. And so here we go. Glorious Three Dimensions. You will notice this is one of the earliest isometric games that has ever been produced. I don't think it's actually the first, but I mean, they had that patent pending thing. That shows you this is some real early shit going on here. Yeah. But I am a girl, so let me get started on this fucking game if I can remember how to control it. I was practicing earlier, so hang on a sec.
So the ammo's 20, the girl's age is 20, the boy's age is 20.
Hang on, I'm getting confused here. Get the thing up. Right, here we go. So, because I can't remember the bloody controls if I don't look at the cheat sheet, because it's these slightly confusing controls. It's fucking hard. So, here we go. So, turning around, and fucking moving, and here we go. And the basic premise is you fucking go in and rescue. So you can see there's a bloke tied up there. And in fact, yes, it is a girl rescuing a boy. Is this not the most amazing thing you've ever seen in your life? And this is 1983, motherfuckers. Unbelievable, right? But you will notice, let me just jump up again.
Oh shit, it's an ant.
A fucking skirt. My god, a gender signifier. That is appalling. And it's flapping up and down. That is just for the titillation of the male. Yeah. I know. It's all for the titillation of the male views. Anyway, let's go and... Oh, fucking ants fucking me up.
It's off. I was born during, like, before the 56K modem, so pixels are a good thing here.
Here we go, right. So, I'm going to have to fuck these ants up because they're going to fucking bite me. No. Fucking dying like a fucker. Run away, you see. Right, now, this is... Right, if we can just fuck you up. I'm going to die, definitely. Here we go, this is better. Now, here's the fun part. Fucking grenade those bastards. Come on. Here we go. Right, so this is an interesting another feature. It's the fact that you've got 4 different fire keys in this game. And they just basically determine how far you throw your grenade. So I've killed the fuck out of those ants. Maybe I can find my boyfriend, or I don't know, it could be trans, so I won't judge, because that would be highly problematic. And here we go. That's all we do. Walk out. And basically it gets a lot harder after this because then you have to keep on searching around the city for these little fucks. And they will hide around. And just to show you off the other features, you don't get a camera like you do today. You have to press different buttons to actually change the view. And that is one of the earliest 3D fucking games. And it's actually quite a bit of fun, but it is a bit complicated to play.
This mechanics when you change the point of view is not stolen from Fez.
From who?
Fez.
Fez. Oh, well, if any, okay, so a game in 1983 stole it from Fez.
Sure.
Yeah.
How is that even possible, dude?
They should re-release this on Steam.
Well, there we go. There is.
I mean, they're already releasing classics, right?
Well, I gave Untitled the various links and stuff, so you can play this online and shit, and there's emulators and all this stuff, but this is one of these games that I grew up on, so I wanted to bring it up mostly because the whole thing, it's like, you can literally choose to be a boy or girl, and you are exactly the same. Fucking hell, SJW should be all over this shit. This is the perfect game of equality. So there's that game. Anyway, there's one other game I wanted to share with you guys, which, again, is another one that... formative. I mentioned it in the stream before, which is
Rainbow Islands.
Rainbow Islands, yeah, if I can get that fucking shit open. I'm gonna have to reset this fucking machine. And where's the reset? Here we go. I'm gonna have to change. Yes. Change. Yes. File insert disk. Putting that fucking shit.
Oh crap! I'm sorry, guys. I gotta take off again. My internet is starting to fuck up here. I will be disconnected real soon.
Okay. Have a good one, man.
Okay, now I also provided Arnstad, hopefully put in the description. There's some links because this is quite interesting to me. I watched a video earlier, basically just showing all the different variations of this game because it was released for a lot of the home systems. And I have to say, actually, some of the worst ones were definitely the console versions. So if you grew up with this and you got a console version, you were fucking shafted because they look terrible, even compared to the ZX Spectrum version. And this. I mean, it was not a very powerful machine, but this is one of the best games you could definitely get for it. And let's have a go.
I grew up on an arcade, so I played this on arcade.
Yeah, the arcade version is fucking awesome, and you can get it on MAME if you're so inclined.
Yeah.
And the main version
is
awesome. Right, out. Fuck them up.
Oh god! You can tell which color it is.
I know. But this is the thing. For the Spectrum, anyone who knows the Spectrum, this is pretty fucking good graphics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can dig this one.
I'm just gonna play the first level here because.
So you go around vomiting rainbows?
Yeah, basically the whole thing is. Here we go. And this is basically the whole game. I'll go for the next level, and I'll because there's another thing. There was no threat there really, but you've got the diamonds at the bottom. You collect the diamonds, and there's a reason for that. But if you I'm just going to hang around at the bottom to show you because you can drown basically. You fuck around long enough. See the basic attacks. Obviously, you've got the. Rainbow you can just hit them with, or breaking it. Breaking it is what you want to do, because when you break it, you get diamonds. And in order to get the best ending, you have to get all the diamonds. So you've got, obviously, the rainbow colours, as you can see, collecting. Although, obviously, the Spectrum's limited graphics doesn't allow all of them.
Yeah.
As it is. And a bit of slowdown, but I played this shit for hours. I remember one good session where I was ill. Or I was supposed to be ill, so I just played this all day basically, and it was brilliant. Made my life very. But I'm not getting any bloody. Well, this is the thing. Tip for anyone who wants to play this at home: the way to get all the diamonds is to make sure the enemies land in the right place, and that's the water. So you can't just hang around. You're gonna fucking drown, because all these islands are sinking, which is just what you need. Here we go. And here we go. I'm dead. So I just sort of show that because I'd mentioned in the other stream, and I'd I'd played a lot of this fucking shit when I was younger, and yeah, definitely if you can get hold of the arcade version, it's on Main, as you said. You've got to play this game. It is fucking awesome. Arcade classic. And that's all I wanted to show. Just thought that would be fun to show everyone, basically.
Yep.
So hopefully you enjoyed that.
A lot.
It looks dated, but that's just an.
Oh well, that's like I say, that's a Spectrum version. Very much is 8 bits.
Yeah,
very,
version is way better.
Yeah, you've got it. You basically that's what you want to do. You want to get the arcade version. The arcade version looks like a 16-bit game. It came out on basically every home platform. You had like the Amiga, Atari ST,
Commodore 64.
Yeah, Commodore 64, Amstrad CPC, and every machine you might have seen.
After what Jack has always said about the Commodore 64, it's apparently a much more superior thing than anything else back then.
Well, you see, this is the thing, actually. The Commodore 64 version I was looking at earlier didn't actually look that much better. It was a bit more colourful, but yeah, it also suffered from... the other thing is more... This is the basic trade-off. You could have... Because 64K was basically your memory limit for all the 8-bit machines. You'd have a bit more if you were banking memory and stuff. But the main problem was if you have video memory, then for more colors, then you lose memory for other stuff. So the more colors you have, the more memory you need. So the basic problem being more memory, better graphics, but less for everything else you need. And if you have to load from cassette tape, that means you could have lots of loading.
20 minutes.
Yeah, it could be.
On average.
Hours.
I know.
But I remember how many times I had to load this fucking shit up, and
yeah,
it really did. But yeah, that's what I grew up on, and I had an enormous amount of fun on that. But yeah, the arcade. The thing is, none of the versions had the secret levels, because there's a couple of secret levels in there, and you might have noticed at the beginning it said the story of Bubble Bobble 2, because there's the earlier game Bubble Bobble, which people may have also seen, because that's kind of been a thing which I'm surprised by, which is there's like Puzzle Bobble and the one where like the basic sort of bubble popping game where you have to match 3 of them bubbles down. And the original one, which is Bub and Bob, there were dragons who were turned into dragons by some evil wizard or something, if I remember correctly, and then they defeated that, and then Bub, which is the character you're playing there, was just a normal kid, as you can see, but he's basically a kid doing all this stuff throwing rainbows all about. And the only other thing to mention about that is obviously games have always been supportive of gay rights. It's called Rainbow Islands, motherfuckers, for you. So I've just dispelled the myths of sexism and gay homophobia in some very old ass games. So I think this is worthwhile.
You have to think actually. In the old games, Rainbow, you're throwing out Rainbow. Sure, it's gay pride stuff like that. But in the games nowadays, I mean, you have Kirby and the Rainbow Curse.
It's regressive. We've regressed.
Exactly. We've got a bit regressive.
If Anita Sarkeesian had played older games, you'd go, "Oh, there's nothing wrong."
but now rainbows are curses,
Yeah, I know. It's disgusting.
On that note, which is the first video game you ever played?
See, I know this. I'm pretty sure it's Digger on the PC, because the first I had my grandma's Amstrad 1512 PC. And I think it was Digger, which is basically a Dig Dug clone.
Yeah. My first game was Ghosts and Goblins, which was absolutely terrible because it's one of the hardest games ever made, and I was 4 years old.
Bloody hell. So you were traumatized.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And the second one was Dragon's Lair, which is another game was absolutely terrible.
Well, this is the thing. Dragon's Lair, people talk about quick time events today. I mean, Dragon's Lair was quick time event. The nightmare. I mean, just be glad there are no games that are like that today. It's like
wait.
You better press that fucking button at the right time, otherwise you are fucking dead. I'm not even kidding. You are fucking dead as shit.
Yeah, but I mean, quick time events is a mechanic that existed in 1980.
Yep.
And with better graphic.
It's true.
In my opinion. I
mean,
mean,
that's the thing. It was all. I mean, it was all the arcade machines were all Laserdisc. It was basically.
Yeah. And it was made by Don Bluth.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say.
Came out of Disney.
Exactly. I mean, so you've got great animation, and that's the thing. That's basically what attracts you. You're like, fucking hell! I've never seen anything that looks like this, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's basically an interactive movie. That's why it looks so fucking good. So that's basically what it was. But as a game, yeah, not so much. I can't even believe there was. Oh, that's the thing. There is actually a Spectrum version of that, but it's nothing like it, and it's kind of really shit.
It's like the Nintendo version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a shit. Just a shit. It really is. Anyway, yeah, Andre was complaining about. Yeah, I've had my little indulgence, so hopefully people enjoyed that little bit of gaming. It's almost like I've played games most of my life or something like that. I don't know.
Yes, that I want to.
Anyone else on the first game ever played?
Tetris was mine.
Oh.
Snake was mine.
Snake.
What? And like a Nokia?
Kind of, yeah. It was actually on like a rudimentary computer because my great grand uncle, somewhere like around that area.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get to the next.
He was a pretty good uncle, but yeah, he brought over like a cool new computer at the time and showed us how to play Snake. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Dreidal's right. We should get to the next topic.
Yeah,
what's the next topic?
Okay. Next topic is. Do you think the new Star Wars movie is going to be the biggest this year?
Yeah, I think so because not only do they have the original cast in it, but they have a whole new group and stuff because they're gonna have a whole new group of cast and stuff, which I'm happy for because I like the newcomers. I always like newcomers to a series. I mean, I like Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, but it's just awesome to see new cast. And guess what? Chewbacca doesn't die in this series like he did in the extended universe, which it took a planet to kill him.
I'm not convinced. I mean, nothing bad about the new Star Wars, but I'm not sure it will be good enough for the series.
My concern is how JJ, if he puts lens flares on, I'll freaking use it.
Yeah, the lens flare.
Oh. But I don't think he'll do that. I don't think he's that stupid. I don't think Abrams is that stupid to do it with Star Wars because there's one thing that always attracted us to Star Wars, like how I was talking about Empire Strikes Back, where Han Solo tried to start the Millennium Falcon and it went power up, so he banged on it and it turned on. And it's stuff like that. It's like the ships have scratches. They're gritty. It's like they are like used ships. It's like they've taken damage in battle and stuff. Star Trek never was like that. So this is something way different Abrams has to work with. He has to now work with something that the ships aren't going to start up all the time. The Millennium Falcon's probably going to have engine issues like it had in the last few series, like how Han Solo spent like an hour out of almost an entire hour out of Empire Strikes Back was Han Solo trying to fix the engine, which it speaks to real life events. It's like we all have to deal with this in real life. Like we were on the road and we're stuck on the road and we're trying to fix the engine to a broken down piece of crap of a car, which is the Millennium Falcon. And now Abrams has to work with that kind of thing. He now has to develop he has to now work with the engines, or he has to now work with like vehicles that aren't 100% built. He now has to like for instance how the vehicles shoot and stuff, how the weapons shoot, lightsabers and stuff. He was used to photons, phasers, stuff like that with Star Trek, and now he's working with blasters, plasma-based space weapons, missiles. He's working with a whole new different set of things. So this is going to be a challenge for Abrams. This is not Star Trek. This is Star Wars.
Can I say one universal truth though?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to be much fucking better if Lucas was working on it.
I mean, in my opinion, I think episode 1 and 3, or at least episode 3, is my personal favorite. I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate.
Episode 3 was really good because they killed all of the pieces of shit characters off. It's like, oh, hooray, the Jedi are finally getting killed, and Order 66 was just one.
What kind of fucking prequel makes you think, oh, these Jedi are a bunch of fucking cunts? I don't give a shit about them.
Well, Mace Windu was they made it almost felt like, hey, maybe Mace Windu did deserve to die
give him one motherfucker. That's all he needed to redeem himself.
Well, the half of or 3/4 of
and I strike down upon you with great vengeance and furious lightsaber.
The second movie was 3/4 of it was pretty unnecessary. And I think they could have cut the first one into like meeting him as a boy and just going on when he's.
I say don't even bother with. You don't need him as a boy. You don't.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I would have added into the movie is like Qui-Gon meets him and senses he's force sensitive, and that's about it.
And they should have done a time warp. They should have done like a time warp sort of thing. They shouldn't have just done it like this, trying to track to a whole new generation. Like, hey, he's a kid just like you. I'm like,
they should have done a montage.
Well, that's the thing that always perplexes me about people producing. It's like, all right, well, if you want to get kids, you got to have a kid. It's like, as a kid, I never liked that shit. I was like, I want to.
No, I didn't like Anakin.
I always wanted to be Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
Who was your fucking favorite character as a kid in Star Wars? It wasn't fucking Luke Skywalker. It was Han Solo.
Yeah, right? He was a badass.
Everyone. Exactly. No one gave a shit that he was this old guy. I mean, because if you're like...
for the younger ones saying it was Boba Fett, Boba Fett died like a pansy originally.
Yeah.
But even so, this is the thing. I mean, it is kind of shitty that Boba Fett was just a look, basically. It was a look, which kind of was intriguing. But I mean, it could have gone better. I mean, it's true. Obviously, he did. There was you got the Hellman screen, so everyone puts it in there. But yeah, I mean, goddamn, it's kind of lame. But that sequence in Return of the Jedi is pretty awesome either way. But yeah, it's just you could have done more with Boba Fett. That's for certain. I mean
Boba Fett's the most popular.
Every fucking spin-off series has done something better. That's the thing that is perplexing, right?
Heck, Robot Chicken did a better Star Wars than Star Wars did. They did their Star Wars special. They were better than George Lucas ever did.
But if you look at episode 3, it's so much more focused than the two first one. I mean, for episode 1,
they had battles. They had battles in episode 3.
So a 45 battle to be like, oh, he got burned.
Yeah.
For 45 minutes.
How did he get burnt?
The truth is that for the whole prequel trilogy, all we wanted to see was Darth Vader going bad.
Well, this is the thing.
That's
the
all
way they
the
did
thing.
It was so fucking lame. It would have been. You could have had a complex character sort of arc where.
Yeah.
They could have hired someone better than Hayden Christensen to do Anakin Skywalker.
Look, I like Ewan McGregor, right? He can act. You see Trainspotting, he can fucking act. He made him look like a piece of shit, right? That's the power of Lucas.
Here's the thing.
Just look like shit.
Here's the thing. I was actually watching very, very recently Mr. Plinkett's review from Red Letter Media.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys seen that. It's amazing.
Awesome.
But what opened my eyes is how little space they actually had to act.
What, as in the green screen stuff?
Yeah, they basically had like a theater, and they just acted on that, and then he just spliced in everything later. He would just like sit behind monitors and watch them do like takes in front of a giant, like a very small, albeit small screen, so they can't really run around doing anything. They have to like be very concise of what they do. Why there's a lot of walking scenes and just standing there scenes.
I mean, basically my biggest problem would be the character Darth Vader. The thing is, it's like kind of in the original movies, you didn't really need much more than a throwaway line. It's like this guy was turned to the dark side. In order to make a series of films about that, you need to have a much stronger thing. Like, it needs to be a gradual temptation, not just he's kind of a twat most of the way through it, and then
he's like
goes,
so afraid of his
evil
wife
now.
being killed. He's afraid of his wife dying at childbirth, and then Palpatine entices him, saying, "There's a way to save her." And it's like your hatred killed her, and that freaking makes no sense. Like they could have gone to like Darth Plagueis and stuff, which would have been much more interesting.
He's dead.
Like that book that they talked about, the Darth Plagueis one that they promised us, and they didn't give it to us.
You see, what I'd like, if I mean, we're not allowed to insert Gamergate, we're going to do it anyway. What you want is someone turned to the social justice side. He's been persuaded by the arguments, and he's turned to the dark side through Twitter.
Yes, and I gotta tell
there is a patriarchy.
Girls out there. It's not gonna. Hunger Games is not gonna be any with that new Hunger Games movie. It's coming around the same time as Star Wars. It's not gonna be anywhere successful because Star Wars is coming out at that time.
You do not understand.
I want to let you people know.
Patriarchy.
I want to let you people know. Shut up about Mockingjay Part 2. It's not gonna be anywhere as good as Star Wars, and I keep trying to tell people that.
Well, the other problem, of course, is Philip Seymour Hoffman is dead, so I don't know how much that's gonna fit into that.
I mean the movies were really well written, and it's still better that they tried enticing the teenage fan base with that stuff instead of the bullshit like Twilight. So I'm kind of glad that they're trying to entice them with something more of like a dark show that if they want to bring their boyfriends to, it's like hey, guess what? There's kids.
There's some action.
They're killing each other. It'd be the best place to watch with like you're sitting like Caesar on the couch saying, "Let the killing begin," and eating like a thing of grapes.
The way you advertise these movies is you subtly imply, like, guys, if you go to this movie with your girlfriend, she will give you a hand job in the theater. That's how you sell it.
But that's what I like about how they're. But Mockingjay Part 2, I'm trying to tell us the teenagers they split into two parts so they can make more money off of you dumbasses. So why don't you shut up and say, oh, Star Wars is going to be nowhere near that? Because I've heard several of them at the theater saying, oh, it's going to beat Star Wars like that. I'm trying to look at you. I'm looking at those girls, and I'm just saying to them, are you that high? Because Star Wars is Star Wars. It has an international fan base. It makes billions of dollars.
I bet it's the same people who say that Kanye West will make John McCartney career.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they made the video together, and there was people who said that McCartney was about to blow, and his career was to be launched as if he was a nobody, and he wasn't one of the Beatles. They have no idea what there is outside the little world of fucking shit that just came out.
Well, I think the new movie holds promise, and with more practical effects, and I think it's gonna be really good. With they're gonna have a little. It's a little nod to the KOTOR games with one of the Siths having one of I think it's Malak's masks on. Which is
Malak? Oh, Darth Malak's or Revan. That looked like Revan.
No, Revan has a different mask.
Revan has the full face mask. Malak has the mouthpiece. You know, when the Old Republic, you either have the choice of wearing like the Malak mask or a helmet.
Well, it's Sith Inquisitor mask.
Is it the one that covers the mouth?
No, it's the
full
it's not
facial
mask, but it's I can probably show you.
But I would just say there's a difference because there's with for instance Malak he had the metal mouthpiece basically.
One thing I can say is I like the new lightsaber, the Claymore one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they can do that because a lightsaber is like a. This is how in Star Wars lore how it's described. It's a plasma-based thing that comes from crystals. It's like an ionized plasma beam almost, just like blasters. Everything in Star Wars is plasma. It's not laser because it shoots out in bursts. So you know how like the Fallout games, the 3D Fallout games, how they have the lasers, which is like a beam weapon, and the plasma just shoots these like lightning. That's basically what the Star Wars things are like, the plasma guns from Fallout. So what you're looking at with the lightsaber, it's kind of like an ionized plasma arc weapon, and that's how I would describe what the lightsaber is. So what could have happened was with that one is he probably had them as cross guards, just like how a sword would have cross guards, just to block if you're in combat, or to use as a it's a sword guard, and that was like the fatal flaw of like how lightsabers would be made stuff. Because I was in a discussion group about this a couple years ago about like how impractical lightsabers would be in actual combat, of how you could easily take someone out with the lightsaber.
I'd like to see.
They don't talk about this much. Dreidel will agree with me on this one, and Dreidel will agree with me on this one. If you play the Sith warrior, and you play the heavier one with the heavy armor, he gets a shield, and same with the Jedi. You get a shield, so it'd be kind of like, even though they don't show up much, it'd be like a knight holding a shield, and they can make plasma-based energy shields, and they don't show that much in Star Wars. But
there was material who can parry the lightsaber. I don't remember. I don't remember how it's called, but there was a material.
Unobtainable.
What other lightsaber weapons could there be? Could there be like a lightsaber boomerang?
There's a light whip. I could tell you what the lightsaber like weapons are. One of them that I know of is light whip. There's blades that are actually just like dark, like just black, basically.
There was that.
It's like a black blade, and there's also but they also put it in the Old Republic as well. The game, the online game, they also put in the Old Republic just like a straight black sword, almost like a dark black crystals that you could use. And on the clone, on what's it called? There's also the light whip, which is this like whip basically from that basically is like that it follows around this like long string and stuff, and it creates a plasma barrier around it. And some Jedi prefer that in combat, the light whip.
How about like a light mace?
Yeah, no, it's like a whip. It's a whip.
No, like a flail. You know, like an old school flail with like one of those energy crystals in there.
Yeah.
No, I'm honest here. That'd be cool, man.
No, but how the light whip worked? That's basically one of the forms. One of the only forms I know of the lightsaber. There's also the double bladed, like the Darth Maul, the double blade lightsaber. They have stuff like that all the time.
Well, we also have Rogue One, and we have coming next year, and there's Star Wars Episode 8 coming in 2017. So we're gonna get Star Wars in the years to come. So hopefully
because Disney wants to milk the hell out of Star Wars.
The main thing I want out of Disney is that they go. I don't know if George Lucas still has these swayers, but I mean, I would like to see those original prints without all these fucking changes. I would like to see that fucking shit. I want to see Han shoot only because Greedo never shoots. Greedo never shoots. Greedo never fucking shoots because Han. He didn't only shoot first. He shot only.
Yeah, because that motherfucker in cold blood. Just held this thing, and people want to make it look like people that want to make they don't want to make Han Solo look like a thug. So
also, I want the original music to the end of Return of the Jedi because I didn't like it. But I prefer the original one.
Nub, I want that. I'm tired of that. And I also wanted Lop Tunic playing in Han's thing, not Jedi Rock.
I don't want to see fucking Hayden Christian in the fucking Return of the Jedi either.
Oh, get rid of him and bring back Shaw, please.
Yes,
and I want.
Well, let's move on to the next topic, which is I don't know what you feel about this, but Iceman coming out as gay in one of the comics.
What a faggot.
No, they can be gay for all they care. As long as it doesn't change how the character acts, I'll be fine.
The issue I have with this is in no earlier version of Iceman, in any sort of way, has he even hinted at being bi or even gay.
I think I can explain this. Because I think they're taking a cue.
Family Guy did that joke. Family Guy already beat him to that punch, which just showed him talking to his wife, and she says, "Where have you been?" And I'm like, "I've just been out with some friends." And like, really? It shows the ice choke going all the way back to a bar that says all gay, and it's just at least they know how to touch a man.
See, I think I can give an alternative explanation, which is, it's based off Val Kilmer's character in Top Gun.
Oh man!
You said, you can be my wingman anytime. No, you can be my.
Gay.
That's all hard.
You can be my Iceman anytime.
Let's get into the shower together. Come on, that's what we do after fighting the Chinese and Russian MiGs.
It's like a fanfics. It's like a fanfiction. I wonder how many times Tom Cruise was called gay because of that movie.
Well, can we? I'm gonna get Andredale libeled if I say what I want to say.
Well, what
to say those Scientologists, they do very well at extracting all the information. I know because I am a Scientologist, and I have to say that legally because otherwise they reveal all my secrets. Like I drink and smoke too much.
Do we have any big thoughts on Iceman being gay?
Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
All he does in his bedroom, as long as he saves lives, I'm fine with that. As long as they keep him being a superhero, that's fine, or a villain, whatever he is.
I would give a shit if they made Wolverine gay. And the reason why is because part of the reason why is because
you want to see
part
Hugh
of
Jackman.
Well, no, it's more part of the why is because one of the interesting sort of recurring storylines is his sort of the freeway sort of the love triangle of him, Cyclops and Jean Grey. So that doesn't exist obviously if he's gay. I don't know. He's going to be going off with Iceman presumably. I don't know. Oh no!
Plus he can regenerate from any victim damage.
Well, actually, I imagine Iceman will go. So I'm not into bears because obviously Wolverine would be a bear. So. Or maybe we can reverse. We can change the triangle. We can change the triangle. Wolverine's in love with Cyclops, and he's jealous of Jean Grey.
Cyclops only has eyes for
I
me.
just don't like people trying to shoehorn in identities into these characters. I just don't like the idea of them trying to shoehorn identities into these characters when it doesn't really matter what the hell kind of gender they are, or what's their orientation. We don't give a shit about their sexual orientation. All I give a shit about is if they can actually fight. If they try to make it sound like, oh, we're gonna make him non-violent, so let's make him gay, like, oh man, I hope they don't do that.
The only issue I have is he's never been gay before, and suddenly he's gay. I don't have an issue with gay characters because I'm fine with that, but just out of the blue, just changing a character like this.
Well, the reason why I'm not bothered about Iceman so much is I don't associate with any very strong romantic relationships.
Yeah.
So for me, it's kind of a non-issue because of that. He might as well go with boys or girls for Christ's sake. It's not like I say with Wolverine or with Daredevil and Elektra and stuff like that. That would make a difference. But with Iceman, whatever.
That's cool, yo.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next topic then, which is Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Dev speaks out against the Microsoft indie program. I don't know if you heard about this, but Microsoft has had a really shitty practice.
Yeah, they have a thing where it's like if it doesn't come out at the same time on our consoles it does on the PlayStation, then we don't want it. It's like they have that attitude, and it's like it's scaring indie devs away, really.
Microsoft has gotten greedy, okay, because the 360 had a fantastic indie program, and it was very successful for them.
We have Dom Matrix to blame for this, okay?
Yeah.
This all began with him.
Oh, let me read the whole thing, which I translated. As any, he talks about the program. As any other developer, I think this is silly. I understand that you want exclusive content and want people with both consoles choose your console. But it should be crystal clear that this isn't working. Nobody is going to give a damn if an indie game has something more on one platform when they could choose between Uncharted and Gears of War. That's what you choose from. We can see the philosophy from Microsoft didn't work. They tried and it didn't work. Please change and poof, you will have more indie games on your platform. In the meantime, there are tons of indie games that can't be released on Microsoft's platform because they were released on another platform. That is just silly. Because they have a policy right now that prohibits.
Like I said, it's like if you don't have me out when I first want it, they get shitty when the PlayStation 4 has the game first, but then they try to pay for the game. It's stupid.
Well, I'm curious actually as to how much the sort of I guess the independent market, as you probably call it, has as far as an influence upon which console people might buy. I don't know any stats on that. I mean, I have a PS3 and I have a Wii U. I haven't actually got any independent titles on that. I mostly buy it for the AAA stuff, so for me, it doesn't really make much of a fucking difference.
When I buy indie games, I buy them for the PC. I buy them on PC.
Exactly. I would imagine there's no way Microsoft can say, "All right, well, you released it on PC." Oh, well, the PCs run mostly fucking Windows, so.
Yeah, they're full of shit. And this all started with like Dom Matrix. I think you could really blame Dom Matrix on this, because let's just blame it on Dom Matrix because he's a dickhead. And you know what? They fired him because he's a dumbass. So
on what?
No, he left.
Yeah, but he left because I bet he left because they were going to fire him. Because that was a dumbass thing that he did. He almost destroyed the Xbox division.
Well, the Xbox One had a terrible launch. Do you remember when?
Yeah, he says if we have a thing for an offline game, it's called the 360, and that was a dumbass thing for always online. He said it like that. And that right there is what got him. That's what really got rid of him.
Do you remember the video of Sony on how to share the games on PS4 with your friends? That was great.
Well, this is the thing that makes you wonder. It's like, are you trying to get everyone off consoles onto Steam? Because you're fucking making good arguments for people saying, fuck this shit. Good fucking arguments to say, well, I mean, this is the thing. I was interested in thinking, oh, well, I mean, I certainly can afford it. I could buy every fucking console if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I've got the disposable income to do it, but I'm looking at the shit. It's like, well, do I want to give the money to these people? That's basically what I'm thinking of. A lot of people are going to be going, all right, well, I don't have the money to spend, so I've got to choose it. Fortunately, I earn enough money, so I can do that. I don't have any fucking kids or a woman or anything that's demanding money off me, so I'm okay for that shit. But I'm going, I don't want to. I could, and I don't want to spend any money on your fucking bullshit. So I've invested in a PC, and that's almost certainly when I spend most of the time. Apart from getting old PS3 stuff and continuing with the Wii U. And the reason why the Wii U gets my money is because it's actually got a unique selling point. The rest of the shit is kind of nothing on the PS4. I mean, maybe if the next Uncharted game is really fucking good, maybe I'd give a shit. But in the main, I'm looking at the Xbox.
Neither consoles have good exclusives. That's all I have to say.
It's what's the fucking point? What you're trying to sell me a product, motherfuckers? How are you going to sell it to me? You're failing. You're failing massively to sell me your product.
Yeah,
the whole concept of console exclusives is growing even more useless as time goes on. Anyway,
look what Microsoft is doing. Like with Tomb
and the
Raider just
PS4
recently.
is the same thing. They're both the same hardware, and they're both 10-year-old computers.
Yes, but let's talk about like Tomb Raider, for instance.
Okay.
What is what was Tomb Raider basically? Microsoft, you know what they did? They did it like this. They said, let's make it an exclusive, a timed exclusive. So they made Tomb Raider a timed exclusive.
Yeah, because they think that people are going to buy the Xbox One.
And do you know what the term timed exclusive means to everybody here who doesn't know what it means? It basically means this.
They'll sell it on budget in 2 years' time anyway.
Yes, they just say it like this. We'll have it for like 6 months, and then they'll release it on the PlayStation 4. That's what what's it called? That's what Mass Effect. The first 2 Mass Effect games were timed exclusives.
Yeah, anybody who believes that shit is a fucking dumbass, because it's a great technique for getting people. Oh shit! I must buy this thing right away.
It's not. It's like
you dumbass. No, a bunch of people thought that it was actually owned by Microsoft because they are listed as the publisher.
It's not owned by Microsoft. It's owned by Square Enix.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep trying to remind everybody: don't buy the Xbox. If you have a PlayStation 4. Don't buy an Xbox One for the game. Trust me, Tomb Raider is not worth spending your money on spending your hard-earned money on a second console. It'll come out on the console that you want it on. Don't buy another console because of I'm probably gonna take a lot of hate for this, but don't buy another console for just a thing. What's the term?
I'm gonna give it a few years at least.
The only era where I bought 2 consoles that were engaging in a war was the 32-bit era. I owned both Sega Saturn and
PS1
and PS1. Yeah.
Were those 32-bit?
Well, no.
I thought this was 62-bit for those.
No, those were 16-bit.
60.
Wouldn't have been 62.
No, those were 16-bit. Only the Dreamcast. That was the first 32-bit console. Was the Dreamcast.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as the bit rating goes, it's all a bit of smoke and mirrors, really.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
I mean, as someone who did computer science, you can call any kind of. Basically, you can fudge the numbers anywhere. I remember when the Jaguar was described as a 64-bit machine. It's like you got a certain size address bus or whatever, and people will say, "Oh, that's 64-bit machine." I mean, that's basically normally what they fucking base it on is whatever the highest bit number, either whether that's how much memory you can address or what the largest register size is. I mean, you could call. I mean, given some of the registers like MMX machines when they were big, you could call PCs 256-bit machines because they had 256-bit registers, which is where the whole MMX thing came from, right? But no one was talking about that shit because most of the main memory addressing was still 32-bit, and you talk about 32-bit binaries and stuff. But that's basically the kind of bullshit they're called with consoles. Like, so you had that sort of thing with the N64, pretty much. So it's kind of meaningless, really. I mean. It's been getting more and more meaningless as the years have gone by.
It is.
Especially because
now I don't even know how they advertise.
Well, this is the thing. I remember when I was growing up, the clock speed of a PC was a fairly reliable indicator of what kind of rough performance you're going to get. Yeah. And having gone through, like I say, having gone from university to computer science, through that period, pretty much clock speed became an irrelevance because the thing about clock speed is the more you ramp it up, the more you've got to worry about power and heat. And this is why you've got fucking massive fans in your fucking PC because you've got to get rid of that fucking heat because I squared R, motherfucker, that's a law you're not going to get around. Transistors still count speed going up, but what they're doing with the transistors is more interesting. So I'm going to geek out on the sort of CPU architecture. So it's all about how many cores you've got, how well you can do parallelism, how much cache you've got. I mean, you take like a printout of a modern die, half of that, the vast majority of that shit isn't even the actual processor. That's just fucking on-chip memory. That's your level 1 cache. Most of that fucking chip is taken up by cache because in order to actually do any efficient processing, you need to get that memory pipeline going as efficiently as possible. And that's where you make your fucking money as a game dev. That's where you make your fucking money. If you're the guy who can really do the efficient sort of memory management and get that shit pumped out as fast as possible, that's where you're making your money. And that's actually, I was studying the cell architecture in the PS3 as part of my advanced architecture course in the third year of computer science, which would have been 10 years ago now. And I remember that was when it was a new fucking thing. So and that was part of the thing. They had these I think that was a 128-bit wide memory addressing thing. And it was like this whole cell thing was like you had these 8 individual processing units. And I remember at the time a lot of devs were saying it's quite a complicated thing to work with, which is true.
Everybody hated developing for that thing.
Yeah, because it is a more complicated architecture in order to
get that architecture was as esoteric as Malboge.
Indeed. Which is why everything is basically a PC in a box now. Because they go, I fucking love this, I don't have to think about it. I don't have to.
We have the devs.
Meanwhile, in the chat, they're talking about blast processing.
Oh my god, yeah. Sega does what Nintendo can't, or whatever it fucking was.
Turbo graphics and
Nintendo don't.
Sega.
Nintendo
don't.
Well, let's get back on topic, which is Microsoft's.
Fuck Microsoft and lick their salty fingers or whatever.
Yeah, well, I think that's pretty well said. So let's move on to the next topic, which is the new trailer for Batman, Arkham Knight.
I am not. I really am bad at those games.
Huh?
You're gonna show this one as well. I think that'd be
good.
I'm
gonna share the screen on this one.
Okay.
One sec. Just have to open the link. And I would say it's pretty. The trailers so far for the game have been pretty stellar. Let's see. Here we go.
Does it have Kevin Conroy though? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, it does.
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, it has Kevin James as Batman.
No, fuck off.
Oh man. No, please.
Paul Blart, Bat Cop.
Bat Blart.
Bat Blart.
I'm Bat Blart.
Alright, can you see this?
Yeah, it's it. There we go.
See it.
Well, that's the other thing.
It's all on Ship 2 Block 20.
Just went off.
If we can get Mark Hamill when he's finished filming Star Wars, we can get and do the Joker as well.
Watching a thing with no sound.
Well, there's no sound, indeed.
Yeah.
No,
and it just went off for me. I only saw it for
where's Iron Batman at? I thought he'd be already on here on this chat.
No, he's definitely
here. I don't know if he's still
on the chat. He should be because we talked about Batman.
No.
He's saying internet's cutting out, so he's missing shit, and
he can't be on the whole time. He has to fight crime. He has to fight crime, guys.
And he has to fight supermodels.
He watches the YouTube later.
I'm Batman.
Joker.
Well, I hope it's not the Joker again. I mean,
Joker was a good villain.
Still is.
Yeah, but Batman has millions of villains. Not
overused probably.
Yeah. I was excited for the last one because they said the Black Mask. Yeah, the Black Mask. Finally, something new.
Actually, Clayface is one that's not used very often, but he is incredibly powerful as an adversary.
Yeah, but I understand that it's not very popular. It's not very known.
I would love to see an actual Dr. Freeze and not Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Please. They had him in the game. They did him in Arkham City.
Yeah.
I want to forget
Dr.
about
Freeze. Dr. Freeze is not really that much of a villain. It's more of a kind of an anti-hero.
Yeah, which makes him awesome. That's a good contrast to Batman.
Makes it interesting. Yeah, exactly.
Then Arnold Schwarzenegger played him and screwed it up.
Well, they're definitely doing the Dark Knight thing, of course, with the flame. So.
What do you guys think?
It looks good. I might try it.
It's another Batman game I won't play.
The ones that are coming out next Pre-order and get Harley Quinn.
It's
Oh, look
unfortunately
at that, and
she would have
there's
been
the
triggered
bane
by
of the
Harley Quinn
gaming
there.
industry right there, guys. Pre-order. Pre-order and you get this. Pre-order when you get that. Pre-order when you get this bullshit.
No.
Pre-order and you get special pants that make you jump higher.
No.
Pre-order and it gives you a larger penis.
No.
Pre-order and you can have tattoos on your shoes.
No.
They're called shoe toes.
No. Stop.
They give you special stats.
Pre-order and you'll get. Pre-order and they'll give you neon.
Pre-order and Ubisoft will give you women.
Pre-order and you'll get the all-new. Pre-order and you'll get to play the DLC.
I'm gonna do post-ordering where I don't buy the game for 3 years and I get all that shit anyway.
Yeah.
Post-ordering. That's a new thing. I'm gonna post-order that shit.
Oh, WWE 2K15 was released on the PC, and they decided to put it for $50 and gave the entire DLC for free.
Yeah.
And they gave
a
you
wrestling
10%
game for the
pre-order.
PC. That's a first.
So do you think it's gonna be good?
It'll be good. Only time could tell. If they have game-breaking glitches again, all I have to say is screw you.
What if there are game-breaking glitches, but they're like, oh, don't worry, just Scarecrow. We're gonna patch them out later.
No, what if they have game-breaking glitches and it's like, oh no, the game just crashed. I can't even finish the game. Like how Arkham Origins was.
Yeah. What I'm afraid of is that it will be too short again, because I feel they are very short. All the Batman games.
Really?
Yeah.
About Arkham City. You think Arkham City was too short?
Actually, all of them. I mean, I completed all the games in less than 2 days.
Yeah, but did you do all the side missions and stuff like that?
No, probably not.
Not all the Riddler. Just not the Riddler. Not all the collectibles. But the rest, all of it.
Okay. Well,
because Arkham Knight wasn't a short game Arkham City wasn't a short game.
I have kind of an issue with Batman games and Assassin's Creed games. In my opinion, I lump them into the same thing. Is that you're supposed to play this badass that's amazing, that can do no wrong, is just too good at everything he does. But I suck. So it completely kills the game for me. Like, why the fuck is Batman getting stuck on this wall? I don't know.
Get good. God damn it.
That's my problem with Batman games.
Get the kick out of it.
You're one of these fuckers who wants to press X to get to the end.
Yeah, fucking skip gameplay. I want to see more Joker.
I feel it's too easy, actually.
All right, but that's not the conversation. Let's move on to kind of the biggest topic, which is Silent Hills.
Screw you, Konami.
I just want to know, as somebody who's never played Silent Hill, what is the big fucking deal? I don't know.
It's the fact that they're giving up.
Freaking out. You're like, oh my god, no.
Why are people going fucking crazy?
I don't know.
Because they promised us the game.
Because of Silent Hills being directed by Kojima and Del Toro.
Yeah,
and that was going to be amazing.
But to be honest, if it is cancelled, how much did they do? How much did they do, and how much was going to be good if it was cancelled?
As far as I can tell, the only thing that they have ever done related to Silent Hills was the playable teaser.
Yeah, but it was not really that big of a gameplay.
They never had any solid even timeline for it. They had a theoretical release date of 2016. That tells me that they hadn't done anything for Silent Hills at all.
Exactly. I mean, it wasn't cancelled. It never existed.
Well, it's canceled. It is.
I mean,
because it was in the pipeline, but they hadn't done anything. But
there was nothing.
I mean,
just because nothing was halted doesn't mean it wasn't canceled, though.
Is there anything beyond promotional material, I think is the question there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just reading this article. The only thing that's triggering me is Norman Reedus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've personally never had a relationship with Silent Hills, and just getting why people love it so much. So,
it's a good game, but I think it's past its dues. But the fact that they're just what shocks me more is that they're giving up on their gaming industry. They're giving up on the games itself. It's like they changed Kojima to what was it called? The Kojima Productions. I forgot what they changed it to.
Consultant, right? Or no?
No, they changed it to Konami Los Angeles or something.
Yeah, they changed it to something like that. They changed it to Konami Productions or something. And the fact that they got rid of Kojima, it's like they're just like get rid of their gaming industry. It's like that they're not going to focus on the gaming industry anymore as a whole. It's going to be like they're giving up. Because they have other things. They have like Klinko. They have their Klinko gambling system.
Plinko.
Plinko.
Pachinko.
Pachinko, thank you.
Chinko. There we go.
Actually, I'm not worried about.
None of you have obviously got a waifu, so I've got to step in there.
Thank you.
I am not worried about Kojima. I'm more worried about Itagaki, the man behind Castlevania.
Oh yeah, I agree. I want Castlevania, man.
Yeah, and he's probably going back to the Metroidvania route of Symphony of the Night and doing his own shit. Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
Those 3D ones they just don't cut it.
Oh yeah, it was Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro, yeah.
Of what's his name?
Pan's Labyrinth and Hellboy.
Yeah. I really like the Hellboy.
Pacific Rim as well.
Oh yes, so right. Yeah, it did do Pacific Rim.
Pacific Rim. Oh.
Specific Rim.
It was a very specific rim.
It was a terrific rim, is what it was, sir.
Maybe it's an inspecific rim.
No, that would be too. I mean, that's too vague. It's not a vague rim.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does anyone really have a big fandom of that game in here?
No, not particularly.
Well,
I don't, but I do remember seeing a few things around
Silent Hill games, but Silent Hill is now out of date. It's like it's lost its luster.
That was like PS1, was it not?
Yeah, that's what came out of the PlayStation 1. Yeah.
But to be fair, if it's done well, it can come back.
Well, that's a long time.
I am a fan of the lore. Like, it has a really good backstory to it.
Just don't watch the Silent Hill movies.
Yeah, that was terrible.
They sucked. Just that ending of the first one.
The first movie was okay, but the following
where they come in and it shows the ending where she's a she goes to their house and nobody's there, and he's like in the house as well, and he doesn't see them. He's like wondering where they went.
That's definitely a topic for another stream.
Yeah.
Video game movies. That's definitely got to be.
Yeah, that has to be a topic. But let's move on to the next one, which is Total War Warhammer announced.
Fucking heretics, purge them.
Wait. It was announced a long time ago, actually. Yeah,
hey guys.
They said they were making it maybe a year ago. Now we have a trailer. They didn't
announce it unless they specifically announce it, which they did now recently. The game isn't really.
Yeah. The problem is they said they will have only 4 races available, and that's not Warhammer, and that's not Total War to me.
Space Marines of the Warhammer
well they fucking do it,
wait. Warhammer Fantasy, not 40,000.
Yeah, 40K.
Guys, I just wanted to ask something. I mentioned while I was fixing my connection, I was listening in on you guys with the 3DA network, and I was hearing you talking about Konami. I just want to point. Can I just point one thing out about Konami, and then we can move on to Total War, if that's okay?
What?
Let the Norwegians speak.
Yeah.
Only if you do it in sing-song.
The idea here is that you were talking about Konami and the decision they made regarding PT and Silent Hills. I want to say one thing perfectly clear. There have been so many signs that Konami is actually considering pulling out of the Western market when it comes to their gaming side. You have to remember, I mentioned this on an earlier stream, that Konami sells bottled water. They make arcade machines in Japan. They are a huge company over there, but they are hemorrhaging money in the Western market when it comes to the gaming side. They are pulling out, and they have removed stocks from the stock market, and they are basically it's the first sign that they are planning to dramatically downsize their operations in the West.
And get rid of sell Metal Gear to someone that would work
the IP though. You know how many companies would love to get that IP?
I'd like Castlevania right now.
But they're not. I mean, come on, they're not. I mean, take a look at the last Castlevania games. Have they been successful? No, they haven't at all. I mean,
that's just because they work.
For good reason.
That doesn't matter though. The name still has tremendous clout that they can come up with.
But the problem is Konami. Yeah, but the problem is what Konami. It doesn't matter if the name has clout. I mean, take a look at Star Wars. That name has fucking clout, and George Lucas was sitting around doing nothing with it for for decades. And if you don't do anything with it, why even bother? You know, I mean, Konami is sitting on these franchises. They're essentially saying, "Oh, we're not going to do anything about it."
Well, the other option would be to sell them off to some other company, of course.
And that's what they have to do. That'll be the smart thing for them to do.
Metal Gear Solid to Nintendo, baby.
That's literally what I just said.
That's what I'm saying too. I would sell them to another company. First of all,
but they're not going. They're not going. They're not going to sell them. They're not going to sell them, and because they want to sit on. They want to sit on the franchise. They want to, especially Metal Gear. Hell no, they're not going to sell Metal Gear. Not now. Well, not while the Phantom Pain is coming.
Done.
Yeah, Metal Gear is done, but Metal Gear Phantom Pain is still releasing. That is a game that a lot of people are waiting for because they know that it's Kojima's last Metal Gear game. People will get it. But after that, they are still gonna sit on the franchise, and they are already hiring a team of developing new Metal Gear games after Kojima's departure. How will those games be? Nobody knows.
Yeah, well, let's move on to the other topic, which is Warhammer. So, do you think it's gonna be good? I think I'm actually surprised it's taken them this long. I would love to see a Total War like Lord of the Rings game or.
Well, there was a mod for Lord of the Rings and for Warhammer on Medieval Total War 2, and I think. They started considering Warhammer Total War from the mod because it was very popular.
Yeah, looking at Total War 2, I am not hyped at all. I'm sorry, but I'm not that hyped at all, given how shitty Total War 2, Rome 2 turned out to be. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I remember seeing Sagan play about it. He said he could be in the history, but it's like I am disappointed. But I've never played in that series, so I can't say anything.
I've never given Total War a chance, so I might try. I've always wanted to try it, but I never had any incentive just to buy it. But maybe I might now try one of the Warhammer games.
I am a huge fan of Medieval Total War 2. That game was good. Was absolutely good.
It was really good.
But Warhammer with 4 factions. I don't see it. I mean,
I'm trying to remember because I remember I had friends in school who were massively into this shit. They're 40k and both your because you had like halflings and fucking dwarfs and men and elves and orcs, and I think that's about all I can remember. So to me, it made no bloody difference because that's about all the races I can bloody remember.
Well,
they had Protoss and Zerg.
They have the Empire, the Orcs, the Dwarves, and I don't remember the fourth. The Vampire counts. But the fact is, there are a lot more factions, and a Total War game with 4 factions alone is very barren. I mean, there's nothing there.
Really, I mean, if you're actually playing the tabletop, would you really expect to have that many factions involved? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how many.
Absolutely.
How would you? Because I really don't know much about how you're building your army up. But I assume there are natural alliances and things you wouldn't mix together.
It's not even that. Warhammer, as outside the miniature game, is also a role-playing game, and anyway, it has a whole setting with a map with many details about all the nations always locked in a war, and just to place the map and remove half of it doesn't feel right.
But on the other hand,
not Warhammer.
Taking the devil's advocate view, I mean, the larger these, I mean, I know what, like Games Workshop. I mean, they've been doing fucking shit for years, right? Is there any possible way you could really make a game in a reasonable amount of time and capture every fucking detail?
I'm not saying every fucking detail. I'm saying more than 4.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but you know, looking at how the Warhammer fan base have acted over the years, I mean, they're never going to be happy unless somebody actually makes a game that features all the races, all the classes, everything. Nobody's going to be happy.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're
because
right.
I have never met a more hardcore fan base than the Warhammer people. They are fucking insane when it comes to this shit.
but even if that's true, I mean, even for a Total War game, how many Total War games there are where you can choose from 4 nations?
Yeah, but here's the point. I think this is going to be. I think people are going to look at the new game. I mean, the big question is, will it have the same shitty bugs and all the crazy bullshit that happened in the last game? I think playability and balance will mean a lot to people who are going to play this game, and that is the big question. Can they pull off a decent balance when it comes to the different factions? Because if they screw that up, then yeah, it doesn't matter how many factions you have.
I agree, but we cannot know that.
And here's the problem. But it directly links into the whole how many factions are supposed to be in the game. Because if they have added like 25 factions or however, let's say they added all the Warhammer factions that existed. Yeah, it's more content. But if none of the factions are balanced, then it's gonna affect the game as a whole. So yeah,
I agree on everything, but 4 factions and that's it doesn't make sense. I mean, it can be perfectly balanced. It could be the best Total War ever, but if they want to cash in the Warhammer fan base with 4 races, it's not gonna happen. Especially when the most popular one is out. There's no Skaven.
Trust me, trust me, when you look at the current gaming industry today, it will be released as an expansion pack or a DLC or whatever. Yeah. It will happen. I mean, this is the way the gaming industry works.
The problem is, do you reach the point where you make the DLC when the main game doesn't sell?
Well, if it doesn't sell, I think if the game is balanced and the game is generally good and those 4 races play really well, I think people will buy it. If the game is good.
I don't know. I don't think so.
If the game is good, then people will buy it. If people say this is a great game, people will buy it. And strategy fans.
I mean, I get it, but I don't think you can make a good game, a good strategy war game with so with so limited choice of faction and so limited choices of war. Because I mean, when you are 4 people, how much war can you do? You have
Quite a bit.
three persons. One is an ally, 2 are enemies, and that's it. Or 3 enemies. Or I mean, you have no choices.
Yeah, but I think we've been talking about a lot of games that are still very early in development here, and I think that I think we need to. I want to see more before I make any more assumptions on how this game actually will play. And
sure.
But the idea here is that if they screw up with the balance issue, because to strategy people, they want this game to sell well, not just to Warhammer fans, but to strategy fans in general. And if people who enjoy a good strategy game are out because the balance is fucked, then yeah, this game will sell like shit. If they have 4 factions that are well-balanced factions and have a game that runs well and plays well and are fair and are properly balanced, then yes, I think the game will sell well. Maybe not Warhammer fans will be happy, but a lot of people who enjoy a good strategy game will probably be happy if the game is balanced.
Okay, point out, StarCraft only has 3 factions.
Yeah, but StarCraft is a different game. StarCraft is one-on-one.
Okay, Warcraft. Okay, you're a huge fan of the series. I get that.
I'm not even that huge of a fan. I'm just saying. I am more a strategy fan than a Warhammer fan.
I smell fanboy.
That's
how you're. How does the fanboy smell, sir?
But Simeon, I'm sorry, but how you're talking right now, it's going borderline fanboy. I'm not saying that it is completely fanboy, but it's borderline on the fanboy area.
Yes, this is me getting. You sound like me when I get angry over the stupid decisions that George Lucas has made when it comes to Star Wars.
Yeah, but my concern.
Our anger towards Star Wars is it's like tough love almost. It's like just tell them that.
Not me.
Right now, what you're arguing about really about the races and stuff. It's a trivial argument. Unless say 4 races, a lot of games don't have that many. I mean, 4 races is almost nothing, but
in the end, I would say if you don't like it, don't buy it.
Yeah, sure.
Pretty much.
But anyway, try to understand. Is that what you're supposed to do? I'm talking more about as a fanboy of strategy game than a fanboy of Warhammer. I'm not.
I disagree because you seem to be obsessed with the races and less about the game actually running well. And keep in mind, the more content and more races you have in a game, the more it affects the balance of the game.
Yes, and there's one thing that happens if you have like many different nations and stuff. Just look at the Age of Empire games. When they first start out, when they first make the game, there's very few nations, but when they make add-ons, they add more nations because they have more time to work with it and have more time to make the game when they make their expansion packs. That's what I've always known about the Age of Empires, is some of them are much more similar like to the others, except that they're just maybe a different color or something like that, or they have their own special unit. But I mean, Warhammer, what you're talking about, like different races, this is different than Age of Empires. This is listen to me here.
But I have to ask, anyone here played a Total War game?
Oh yeah.
I've never played Total War. I'm being truthful here. I've never played a Total War game.
And you can seriously envision a Total War game with only 4 nations.
Yeah, but but the problem is this is not a Total War game per se. This is a spin-off.
I'm gonna buy it. I have $15 to spend. I might buy one of them. What's the best one? I see Napoleon Total War. How is that?
Well, a lot of people like the original Total War.
It's $20. I can't.
A lot of people like the original Rome Total War, and I would highly recommend it. Actually, it's actually pretty good by its age.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to the next topic. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
By the way, hi everybody.
Hey.
Hi.
As the EA is adding. EA is adding story mode to their games. What do you guys say to that?
So as long as it's like generic story mode, like they stole your girlfriend, now go play sports.
They're adding a story mode to sports games.
Isn't
you know what?
As long as you get to
sports game WWE 2K15, they kind of have story. They used to have story modes for those games.
Can you marry someone then have a side piece? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Oh man,
part of the game is just trying to avoid your wife divorcing you and then getting into trouble and losing all your money through the divorce courts. I could get on board with that.
I mean, Spore, well, sports games and fighting games are pretty much the same. Would you, if a fighting game had no story before and started to have one?
Yeah, we had one of those. It's called Soul Calibur 5. It pretty much had no story.
I'm sorry, but I do not agree at all.
I'm
Fighting
just
games
joking.
always had a story.
Most fighting games, well, that's the difference. They're good fighting games, fighting games have a good story.
I can't believe we're talking about this. Honestly, I mean, oh god,
guys, I'm an SNK fan. Good fighting games have stories.
No, okay, seriously. I remember when the Tekken movie came out. And people.
It's not a good game.
Here's a story about how my fist.
Can I basically finish? Listening to people complain, oh, the Tekken movie didn't follow the masterpiece story of the game. Oh yeah, because the story in the game was a true fucking masterpiece, right?
It was terrible. It was terrible.
It could have been the next Inception, guys.
I mean, to be honest with you. Okay, I'll say it like this. Fighting games on a competitive level, when you get into the the FGC, the tournament scene, story means dick. All that matters is mechanics of the game, the characters, and the balance. Now, for the casual side, when you do play a fighting game, even from a guy like me who's a tourney guy, I enjoy at least knowing who this character is, what they're about, and why they're there. Now, I don't think I think it said best. John Carmack said it best when it comes to stories and video games, and I'll say it when it comes to fighting games. It's kind of like story and porn. It's not important, but it's there.
What I would say, I played a lot of My Player in the 2K 14 and 15, and I don't get why the fuck there is a story there. And the only thing you're supposed to do is just making your player better and playing online against other people, being competitive, and having a story like, oh my god, I didn't get signed on the draft, which was this year's like I would say casual story.
You don't get to decide whether you're gonna be sponsored by Nike or Adidas.
Yeah.
And where's your next home gonna be? Am I gonna buy this $1 million mansion or this $1 million mansion? These are all important things. Yes, we need to merge the Sims and sports games because that's what people care about.
Well, Kotaku said NBA 2K15 was one of the greatest RPGs of our time. I mean, jeez.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, but
who wrote that article?
When it comes to story mode, especially in fighting games, I'm thinking about Street Fighter is kind of the exception because Street Fighters became huge outside of the fighting games as well. The anime was popular, the anime movie is popular, and it has all these colorful characters that people really enjoy. So I would say that Street Fighter as a story and universe actually exploded outside of the games as well. The games are great. People enjoy the anime stuff as well, and it's such a 90s crazy thing. I mean, I even look back at the Street Fighter movie from which Van Damme as a nostalgic thing when it comes to that.
Oh God!
I'm gonna kick your ass.
That movie is so craptacular that it's just absolutely
of course.
amazing.
Yeah, it's so bad, it's good.
Quick, change the channel.
Yeah.
Well, when I talk about story,
so basically nobody ever played any Fatal Fury or King of Fighters or Art of Fighting or anything else by SNK.
Well, yeah, I've played those games, and when I think story in a fighting game is, okay, there's a background to the reason everybody's fighting each other. There is a reason why every character exists. But for the most part, like when you talk about Fatal Fury, SNK vs. Capcom, any of those games, it's based around only one mode, your arcade mode. Every character has their own ending. There's no real end or beginning of the whole story. I think the only game fighting game wise that really executed the whole story mode concept best was Mortal Kombat back in 2011, and then you have the current MKX.
I would also say
it has a clear beginning and end to it.
I would also include Injustice.
Yes, Injustice.
Injustice is a pretty good story mode. I mean, it's basically like a mini sort of DC comic sort of alternate universe thing. So that works actually well.
You also have Bloody Roar that had a storyline to it as well.
And a lot of furries.
But
Dead or Alive has a comprehensive storyline to it as well.
Let me just state that the story in Injustice, Gods Among Us, made me facepalm so many goddamn times because writers do not know what to do with anything ever in video games.
One thing I will.
The game with the best storyline, Clay Fighters. Go on.
One thing I will say though is one cool thing about Injustice is they brought Superman from the alternative version of Superman, where he's basically is the Russian version of Superman.
I loved Injustice's storyline because it said, fuck the comic book universe and continuity, we're going to do whatever the hell we want with this shit, and we're just going to have a ball with it. And that's what I liked about Injustice. And that's what they did with it, with MK9 and MKX. They just kind of said, fuck the original continuity, we're just going to do it what makes sense to the storyline.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Fuck yeah!
But guys, I don't know. Guilty Gear, Blast Blue, no story.
Blast Blue does have a story though, and it has sort of a storyline mode type for it too.
Yeah.
Same with
Guilty Gear.
Guilty
Those are
Gear
anime games.
Guilty Gear always had sort of an arcade mode on every one of them, but the recent one, Xrd or XRD, whatever you want to call it, it has a 5-hour-long story mode, but it's basically a 5-hour-long anime film.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, this topic has really been about fighting games so far. I mean, let's talk about sports games in general and have
not for fighting, okay?
Yes,
fighting games. Fighting games and sports games are pretty similar. That's why I.
Genre I am a huge fan of too. A genre I know nothing about.
Yeah, but can we talk about it's like adding a story mode in FIFA. I don't know how that's gonna work.
I mean, I can imagine it's okay. I mean, it's kind of an interesting idea for, I guess, you know, the casual folks that really want a little something extra with it, where it's like, oh, okay, well, you create your player, he starts at boot camp or practice and moves.
You
up
already
down the
have
road,
that,
you know, something like that. And then he has to face life crap as he's going up through it. Who knows? Maybe he might have to save the city from Godzilla or some shit in the middle of it all. I don't know.
You know what? I would actually play a sports game if that happened.
I would too.
That would be like it's like an NFL game where you have a team who call themselves the Godzillas.
Well,
exactly.
Oh, there was a commercial. I don't know if it was outside Italy, but I hope so. There was a commercial, I believe, for Nike or Adidas. I don't remember. Where there was this all-star team against demons in hell. Have you ever seen it?
I don't think so.
Mutant League Hockey and Mutant League Football were great games.
It was great. There was basically a blind referee, these demons that were committing foul all the time, and at a certain point there was, I believe, Cantona, who basically take the ball, shoots, and the ball goes in flame and Destroy the goalkeeper.
Oh God, yes.
Do you remember that?
It sounds like
Why have I heard?
It sounds like the football It sounds like the football version of a Space Jam.
Basically, yes. Yeah, absolutely. God damn, I remember that shit. Fucking hell.
That was one bit. That movie was one big commercial.
I will play that game. I will play that game.
Okay, when I was even as a kid, I was like, okay, where did this weird bunny come from? Where the hell did all these aliens come from? Why the hell is Danny DeVito a cartoon alien in this movie? What? Who the hell is? What the fuck? Even now I don't understand what the big appeal was.
It's a big commercial for Nike and everybody else who had the money.
Oh yeah, the product placement. Let's see. McDonald's got mentioned. Coke got mentioned.
Gatorade.
Oh, God. Honestly, and this is kind of sad. I look at a lot of movies.
I'm sharing it.
That's a pretty good one, actually. No, I'm looking at a lot of different movies and shows and stuff nowadays. Like, okay, I don't know how many of you guys saw the show Bones. There was at one point when the product placement became so obvious it was physically painful.
Yeah,
well,
I
don't remember what episode you're talking about, but I have seen plenty of.
Oh, come on, take a look at.
They're talking at the car. At one point, they're driving in the car and they're talking about all the features that the car has, and I'm like, there's no way in hell they would have a conversation like that on the road.
Yeah, but
no way.
Take a look at the Man of Steel movie when there are smashing. You have commercial from Sears, Waffle House, fucking Pancake.
Yeah, you know what? The Waffle House was the one that made me laugh because I'm like, Waffle House is mainly a Southern thing.
It was commercial product placements all over that scene. It was like, yep, we gotta get in the advertisers. It was so fucking obvious.
One fight. Yeah, food fights. There was one thing that just came to mind with the McDonald's. It's like one example of a film that almost certainly was not paid for by McDonald's, which mentioned it, is Pulp Fiction. They're talking about the Royale with cheese conversation. But I'm sure they did not get sponsorship from McDonald's.
You want to talk about product placement from hell in a movie? Man of Steel and the whole Smallville fight.
I just mentioned that scene.
Oh, my bad, dude.
How about Richie Rich? He had a McDonald's in his house.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was straight up shilling.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, who wouldn't wanna?
Characteristic McDonald's.
Yeah, because but the whole idea.
Let's get back on topic with EA Sports. We're getting way.
No, the topic is about McDonald's and films.
No,
you know how they have cool spots? I want like burglar stealer guy.
What
I can't remember his name. Fucking
Hamburglar. Come on.
Hamburglar.
Burglar stealer guy. That's his name now. Shut up.
It's Hamburglar.
I think that, getting back on topic, I think the short way of basically summarizing story mode in sports games, it will work for some games, but it will not work for all games. That's pretty much as simple as I can make it.
Yeah.
And
I don't have faith in EA's writers.
Not me.
I don't think anyone is buying sports games for the fucking story.
No one's gonna buy it for story. All I see it as, hey, it's an extra little random retarded tidbit you can play with. Boom, there you go. It's like the challenge towers in MKX. They're there just for a little extra laugh when you get bored. That's all it's for. And that's what's gonna happen with that. But hey, I say let them go for it and try it. See if it works. If it makes the games better, so be it.
Yeah,
as long as I don't get charged. Well, as long as I don't get charged an extra 99 cents to $1 every time the goddamn ball has to be thrown to somebody, I'll be fine.
Actually, it just got me an idea. Actually, a genre where it would actually work is pro wrestling, because half of that is fucking story anyway.
Can I say something here? Because I actually do play the games. I play these games all the time. I buy them every year. The one thing with the WWE games is my career mode was shit. They tried to add in the storylines and stuff, and they did it really terribly. I think this is the first time that 2K ever tried doing this, but they did in the past when they were under
THQ with the career modes and stuff. But this time, what they're doing, but they had a thing called Universe Mode, which they had for quite a few years. They had it where it would be like the WWE Universe. You make your match cards and stuff, and you watch the matches. And if any of you ever played like any of the last few WWE games, there was Universe Mode, and you would play it and stuff. You could throw your creative character in it, and you watch them like progress. They have like and this time around, they actually put in the story mode. They actually had in rivalry. They have always had rivalries in the career mode, but this time it was like you get to watch your wrestler get into these different. You can make how you want the rivalry to go. It's not just a random rivalry.
WWE because
yes,
there is actually a story there from the start.
But how this works, I was telling you how it worked. How it works is the rivalry would go, and you would pick how you want to, how this rivalry would go on and stuff. And it's actually pretty well done, but it makes it look like, hey, this might be real. I'm not sure how it would work, but they actually did the universe mode really well done. It's kind of like how the career mode should have been.
It's basically based on an indie game called Total Extreme Warfare. Is completely non-graphical. It's all text and menus, but basically you managed a company who made wrestling, and there was some mods to play as the WWE against the WCW in the
Monday Night Raw. Yes.
There was a scenario with WWE when the TNA started to get big, when they took Angle and all the other people. It's basically based on that. It's called Total Extreme Warfare.
Okay,
I believe it's on Steam now.
Steam? Okay, I'll look it up. All I have to say is, but they're improving their games. They're improving them, and they're doing really good jobs. And that's all I have to say is I actually enjoy the games that they're making now. A lot of people didn't like 2K15 because of just how it was built, but how the game worked. But you know what? All I have to say is 2K15 was a good game. It was a good game. Story mode, my career mode aside, the 2K showcases were amazing. They actually featured the real-life rivalries they had. If any of you ever played them or haven't played 2K15 yet, I heavily suggest you get that game just for the rivalries and stuff, like the CM Punk and John Cena rivalry where he had that long streak for the WWE Championship. That was a good one, but it mostly focuses around universe mode. And there's a WWE YouTuber called Tubby Emu who does like that, and actually made a YouTube series of him being the announcer announcing these matches. It's freaking hilarious.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
I'm done talking.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna piss off again because the next two topics I have no opinion on whatsoever. I couldn't give two shits about Dragon Ball. Honestly, fuck that show. I couldn't care less.
I am
the Mortal Kombat X thing. The Mortal Kombat X thing. I already spoke my piece on that. If you don't like the unlockables, then don't buy them. That's my opinion.
That's what I buy.
Mike's mute for me, so
we need to change that from 200% mad to 2000% mad by the sound of it.
All right, let's move on to the next topic, which is Lisa. I think don't you like Dragon Ball?
I'm an anime fan in general, so yeah, I did hear about this.
Wasn't the film the best thing ever? I thought it was.
I heard it's actually gonna be based off the film.
Yeah, I can't think of his name, but the cat guy. I can't think of his name right now.
Goku? No. Are you thinking of Goku?
Cat.
Oh, you mean oh god.
Yeah, just a cat-looking thing. Yeah.
I just remember Goku had a tail.
The god,
that was a monkey tail. How the hell did you get a monkey from a cat?
Hey, it looked like a tail.
Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
I don't watch Dragon Ball.
You mean the god? he fought in the one movie, Battle of the Gods.
Yeah.
No, okay.
I think though, even if you're not a huge fan of the anime, I think we can all agree anything is better than the fucking live action movie.
You know what?
To me, Dragon Ball Z was over halfway the Dragon Ball Z series. I mean, well,
I think you said over. And you didn't say 9,000.
I was actually legitimately waiting for an 9,000 joke.
Dragon Ball was interesting. The first series, the one where he's a child, halfway through Dragon Ball Z, Frieza and the like, Namek, Cell was starting to go down, and Majin Buu I can't stand it at all. And Dragon Ball GT is just crap to me. I mean,
I hear a lot of people say that about GT. I've never really watched any of it, but a lot of people say GT was crap.
The thing is, it's so convoluted because like the Baby Saga is like 35 episodes, and then you have like 3 episodes of a whole saga where he fights Android 17, which had so much potential, and they fuck it up.
Yeah.
And then they continue to the only saving grace of that series is the last saga, which basically he fights somehow the dragons from the Dragon Balls, and I'm
gonna jump off here, guys. I might be back in a minute.
All right.
Bye, Leon. Bye.
See ya. And by the way, the anime is horrible. The comic I can stand, but the anime is too long.
Well, maybe it's because I was a girl.
It stretches the story so much.
It does.
There are
hasn't aged
entire episodes of them charging these ways. I mean, it's so
maybe
repetitive.
It's because I was a girl. Yeah, it is. Maybe it's because I was a girl grown. I don't know. I liked Dragon Ball Z. Don't get me wrong, but it was on the syndication, so I was seeing this heavily censored version of it. I was more of a Sailor Moon fan, and yes, I know that the Sailor Moon that we got was also lovely.
No. I'm more of a Sailor Moon fan than Dragon Ball.
Have you seen Sailor Moon? Okay, have you seen Sailor Moon Crystal yet?
No.
You gotta watch it.
I actually want a Sailor Moon live action.
It already exists.
Like Keanu, no, but like Americanized, with like Keanu Reeves as Tuxedo Mask,
actually,
and Melissa McCarthy as Sailor Jupiter.
Actually, they almost made that in the early 90s before the anime came out. It was a mixture. It was a mixture of an animated plus live action, and they had a variety of girls from different races and whatnot, and Sailor Mercury, I shit you not, was in a wheelchair, and they even made her wheelchair fly.
What?
Wow, I would have seen this. That sounds amazing.
Actually, no, I thought it would be amazing too. It's horrible. I will find the video because there is a demo of it somewhere on YouTube. Let me go.
Fighting evil on a wheelchair.
That was a great theme song, though. Hey, I have nostalgia for that show. I was forced to watch that as a kid, and I just fell in love with it. Okay.
My daughter
Tuxedo
loves
Mask
watching
was
the
a
original
badass.
Sailor Moon.
Oh.
My daughter will not let us turn anything else on TV a lot of the time now, other than the older Sailor Moon.
Mm-hmm.
She calls it Salad Moon, actually.
Yeah, I remember seeing the movies and stuff. That was epic shit for a kid.
But I mean, a new Dragon Ball series after 18 years. You know what? Fuck it. Maybe about time to do it. Shit, 18 years later, it's still popular. Why not?
It's always been popular. The reason is, I believe at least, he wanted to take a break and not kind of end it on a high note, and it seems like he has the passion again to write stories about Dragon Ball universe, which is I just hope it holds the standard of the last movie because that was awesome. And Akira Toriyama is an awesome writer. He wrote stuff like Chrono Cross or was helped with the games like that and can tell awesome stories.
Yeah. Okay, how do I screen share a YouTube video in this thing? Because I have the video.
Whilst you sort that out, I'm just going to have to say goodbye because it's 2 o'clock here, so I better get to bed.
Okay.
See you later.
All right.
Have a good night.
Bye. You're not allowed to leave until you see Solar Mercury on.
No, I have to.
No, not allowed to leave, sir. I'm sorry, I'm barring it.
We will hunt you
No,
down.
you're going to put it in the fucking description. I'll watch it later, you fucking shit.
Okay.
Alright, see you later, guys.
See ya.
See you later.
There.
There's an option on the left for you to share, screen share or whatnot. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
As long as you're looking at the same screen we're looking at.
Okay, can you hear it at all?
What it does is everyone would have to enable the YouTube.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Something tells me this is gonna be frightening.
Oh my god.
Hey, this was back when Pluto was a planet.
Oh.
Hey girl, you heard about Pluto? It's messed up.
It has the animation quality of Gem and
That's American style for you.
Oh my god.
This has the production value of Star Wars Christmas special.
I don't know. That had a very good production value to it.
I loved it.
This is so awful.
This is so 80s.
This is horrible.
I want to watch it. Hold on, I'm going to Amazon. I'm buying it right now.
No, it never actually came out.
Damn it. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm going to go shoot this in my garage then.
This is so horrible.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
You know the so bad is so good.
That's not even this.
This is too bad to be good. This is too much.
It reminds me of those bad 80s toy commercials.
The theme song is going on way too long.
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
And it is one of the worst theme songs I've ever heard. You ever heard the theme song for Hotel Hell?
Don't play songs.
There's a guy in the wheelchair. She ate it plus.
Don't play songs. I'm gonna get copyright claimed. Lisa.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
This is going on way too long for a theme song.
Yeah.
No wonder this show didn't even come out.
It's like that's half the episode length or something.
Or maybe it's just so bad that 2 minutes and 20 seconds is just that unbearable for us.
Who knows? Have you guys ever heard the theme song to Hotel Hell?
I don't think I ever heard that one. No.
Take a listen to that. That is some special kind of awful.
Get me across the water. Across the patrolled water. Do a friends division.
Well, back on topic with Dragonball. What do you think of it?
Not interested.
Let them make another one. Let's see it come out, and hopefully it'll rock the house. Otherwise, everybody's gonna laugh their asses off at it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go back to watching Inuyasha.
I'm kind of angry because I never got to see the very last episode of Inuyasha.
Actually, they released the last episodes actually now.
Really?
They're out. Yep, it's called The Final Chapter.
Yeah.
Me and my friends, the only reason I saw the whole thing is I had a friend of mine that was like absolutely obsessed with that show, and he made me watch it every goddamn night on fucking Cartoon Network or whenever it came on there. And I saw the whole goddamn story, and it get to the end and they restart the whole fucking thing. I'm going, why?
Yeah.
Where's the end of this?
Yeah, I believe they outran the manga, so they had to stop it.
Here's my thing with that series, and I mean, the chick who made Inuyasha also made Ranma 1/2, and that's the same issue I have with Ranma 1/2. The romance plotline went on way too fucking long. I mean, okay. Now, admittedly, I know we were talking about Sailor Moon a minute ago. Yes, admittedly, the original version of Sailor Moon did do that. That is something I think they did right with Sailor Moon Crystal. You don't have to wait a season and a half for Usagi to figure out that she's the Crystal Princess and who Tuxedo Mask really is. You figure that out. You figure that out by like episode 6. And so, yeah, I mean that is my big. I mean, I love Roma One Half. It is hilarious to me. I mean, just so many jokes you can make with that. A guy who, if you splash him with cold water, he turns into a chick. You splash a chick in with hot water, turns back into a guy. There are so many jokes you can have with that. The thing is, for so many seasons, there was a whole thing with Akane and Rama. Oh, I don't like him. I don't know what you're talking about, fucker. And it's like, you're gonna fuck me and you just do it already.
Yeah, but they gotta keep that sexual tension rolling.
How many? Okay, the first few times, Shampoo got angry at male Rama, because he thought she, for some god-awful reason, couldn't put 2 and 2 together and figure out that male Rama and female Rama were the same person. First couple of times the joke was made, yeah, it was funny. The 80th time the joke was made, I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Can you just transform in front of her and prove you're the same person? I mean, it's just like, and another anime that did something very similar, but in a different way, Tenchi Muyo. How many universes did that fucking show have? I mean, there were so many movies. I just saw I'm a little ashamed to admit it took me so long to watch it, but I saw the second movie about 2 weeks ago. And I mean, not even getting into the part when you find out that technically a good chunk of the girls that are trying to go after Tenchi, he's pretty much their uncle. It's, man, again, the Legend of Zelda timeline makes more sense. I've tried figuring out the Rama One Half storyline and all the different universes and everything, and I'm just like, look, I love multiverse theory. Okay, no joke, for fun, I listen to YouTube videos while drawing about quantum mechanics. So, multiverse theory, alternate times and dimensions, that shit is interesting to me. There are 2 shows that do it so convoluted that I lose interest, and one of them Ty is actually watching right this very second. It's known as Fringe. It's a live-action show. It's actually really good. Up until they start introducing the alternates, timelines, the alternate universes. Something that would normally make me even more interested in the show. The way they did it, it caused me to lose interest. Same with Tenchi Muyo. I started trying to figure it all out, and I just went, fuck. No, I can't. It gave me an actual migraine. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go look at. Yeah.
It's almost like what happened with BioShock Infinite when they did that.
Oh Jesus.
Multiple universes thing. It's kind of weird. It never works because you can just say, well, why didn't you just jump into an alternate universe where nothing like this ever happens? Because it can't possibly exist in that universe.
Well, okay, in multiple universes, I don't mind them so much. They can be done right. Honestly, again, the Legend of Zelda timeline. There's for those of you that don't know, there are 3 different timelines. You have, and it all most of this starts up after Ocarina of Time. You have the child storyline where Link goes back and relives his childhood, which that's a whole other fucking topic, how screwed up that whole thing is, knowing what he knows. But, you go back to become a kid, there's the adult timeline where he doesn't go back and he just kind of lives out the rest of his life as is, and then there's the Link dies storyline. So, and that goes into 3 different universes. Each of them are equally valid, but different things happen. And, other events are, an event that happens in one timeline because of Link dying won't happen in another because he lived. And, so on and so forth. I think that multiverse can be done right. It's just that you don't just throw it in there and have it come right the hell out of nowhere. And that's my problem with Tenchi Show. That's my problem with Fringe. Like I said, I like both shows. They're really interesting, but oh my god, do not confuse the hell out of your audience.
Alright, let's move on to the next topic. or of the last topic, which I will want Spore, because he's like the
Mortal Kombat guy.
yeah. What do you think of the whole Mortal Kombat X thing?
Okay, well, going through his article, this is more about how we prevent these things from happening again, but I'll explain this much of what I got to say about MKX's DLC practices and their bullshit. One, I do not agree with the pre-order bonus of Goro. I thought it was bullshit that he was a fucking pre-order character. Pre-order characters and bonuses should not fucking exist, especially in a fighting game where people are going to be competing, because everybody that buys it that does decide they want to go compete in tournaments, well, guess what? They've got to buy that character so they know how to beat that motherfucker. Two, I had no problem with the microtransaction thing. This is how I saw this. They offer you this ability to pay $20 to unlock that crypt, and they offered you the ability to do an easy fatality. Look, if you're that goddamn lazy that you went and spent $60 on this game and you said, fuck it, I'm going to spend $20 to not play the fucking game, then you don't deserve money. I'm sorry.
Agreed.
Yeah. You're that goddamn lazy.
Honestly, for me with the crypt, I love the crypt. Part of the fun of the crypt for me was going in, whether it's the story mode of the towers or everything or anything, and earning the coins up and then going and unlocking everything myself and figuring out, okay, what is here? What's in here? What's this do? What's in here? I love that aspect. I still haven't unlocked everything in the crypt, and you know what? That's fine by me, because that means I just have more time to go through it.
All right. Well, the thing about the fatalities in Mortal Kombat is, here's the thing. If the thing about Mortal Kombat is, it doesn't appeal to me because simply I can just go on YouTube and watch all the fatalities and be like, hey, got the Mortal Kombat experience.
There you go. That's the thing about us. I mean, coming from the FGC. Actually, I talked to Liana about this actually, and she was quite confused when I said at tournaments we don't do fatalities. She's like, you don't do them? Like, well, no, we've seen them so many fucking times, and we're trying to keep the tournament rolling. That's an extra, like, 30 fucking seconds. These assholes can be turning their controllers off and getting out of the goddamn seats so the next two assholes can get up there and fucking do their match. I mean, nobody likes sitting around, especially when tournaments are supposed to end at a certain time. Nobody likes sitting around having to extend it because dumbass Beavis here wanted to do a fucking fatality. Come on, seriously? Yeah. Actually, in MK9... there was a code. You know how they had the old MK3 style codes where you push some buttons and you match the symbols? Everybody knew if you pressed up and square that you would get a Raiden symbol. And if each player did that, it would turn the blood off. And everybody ran that in the FGC because it kept the frame rate consistent.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that, actually.
Yep.
Wow.
But it does make sense. It does make sense when you play it the most, and you don't want to fucking see the same thing for the 100th or 1000th time.
Honestly, one thing from an older game I wish they had put in MKX, to be completely honest, this is going to sound really weird, was the Puzzle Fighter version of Mortal Kombat. I'm not going to lie.
That was fun. That was pretty fun, actually.
Oh, yeah. I actually, I used to play the hell out of Puzzle Fighter, and with it had mainly Jesus, Capcom. I don't know what's going on with my brain tonight. But yeah, it had Capcom characters, and
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw Morrigan, and Morrigan's one of my favorite fighting characters. I'm like, oh, I am so in on this. And I used to play the hell out of it. And even now, I'll still play it on occasion. I really enjoyed it. But I know that with Mortal Kombat, oh man, my fucking brain doesn't want to work tonight. But anyway, there was this Deception. That's it. Mortal Kombat Deception.
Deception was the one that had all the weird modes with like motor combat and all these other ones in it.
Fun fact, apparently they had to rename it. I can't remember what they had to rename it. In France, they had to rename it because deception in France is the word for disappointment. So France almost got France almost got a game called Mortal Kombat Disappointment.
Yeah.
Well, there's something even better. Sega Sega in Italy means.
Oh God, I had a Sega Genesis.
End job.
Oh
God.
Yeah, and in Italy, people when they refer to Sega, they usually say Sega because it's how it was promoted. Everyone was saying Sega, not Sega, because Sega means end job.
I did not know that. That's pretty fucking hilarious.
Get a Sega for Christmas.
It's a point of contention between Yahtzee Croshaw and Gabriel Morton on their Let's Drown Out. He's like, why do you say it the wrong way, Sega? And it's like, well, that's the way we had it in Australia. It's Sega. No, it's Sega. It's like,
Hang on, Ty has something he wants to add in on that. What was that, hon?
End job.
Exactly. Well, there's another thing. Sega has many words in Italian, especially dirty words. Means a lot of things. You can use Sega to refer to someone to say he's worthless. You are a Sega, basically. And so every time in the arcades you have a game over, you see game over, and the first thing the arcade says to you is Sega. Basically, it's mocking you.
That's so That's so awesome. I think there was a similar thing that apparently happened to some car company. Was it Chevy Nova? In Mexico or something like that. It meant Nova meant no work. Some shit like that.
So
they
wait,
were selling a vehicle called the Chevy No Work.
The Chevy No Work. Oh my God. Okay, you're getting into cars now. Ty, your opinion on Chevy?
My opinion on Chevy?
No, my boyfriend's name is Ty. No, okay, my boyfriend's a car nut. So I'm asking.
There's only one kind of person who goes down the middle of the road wearing a bow tie, and that's a homosexual.
Well, I would rather be.
What the hell does that have to do with Chevy?
I'd rather be driving a Chevy than pushing a Ford.
Oh, valid point. He said he'd rather be driving a Chevy than pushing a Ford. He's got a point.
Well, at least you'll be able to get parts for the Ford.
Yeah, that's true too. That is true. I mean,
I'm putting 8 motors into one chassis.
I don't even drive a Chevy now. I'm stuck driving a Pontiac Vibe, and we have a.
Oh my God! Get out of that.
Outside.
Run. Kerosene and run.
Oh God.
I used to have a Metro. I used to have a Metro many years ago.
Was it a carbureted Metro or was it the fuel injected?
I don't remember. All I know is it had 4 cylinders and I could drive miles upon miles on like E on that son of a bitch. But it was a piece.
If it was carbureted, it's all right. But
that thing fell apart.
From a different era of car, though.
Oh God, you two could probably get into a chat and talk cars for hours.
Yeah. Spore, I wanted to ask you, what do you think of Goro being on the disc?
The problem is he was a pre-order bonus, and we should have all expected he was going to be on the disc. And like I said, I disagreed with the pre-order bonus bullshit. The only reason I did shill and pre-order the damn game like a dumbass is because I knew damn right I was going to buy this game day one regardless because of my absolute love for Mortal Kombat. So I admit I'm a shill, and I did buy the combat pack bullshit. But Goro... he definitely shouldn't have been on the disc, but he shouldn't have been a pre-order bonus. He is an original character. He came from the very first game.
Yeah. Honestly, the Jason, I wouldn't mind. I'll be honest. I wouldn't mind paying a little bit extra to get Jason and Predator, simply because that would just be pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah, but that's different because
Freddy was the last game.
They are DLC. Goro, however, is on the disc.
It's sad that you can play a character. All you have to play a character like Goro in the first game. All you have to do is beat him. Why can't we have that nowadays?
And here's the thing about Goro, and you should have a good reason and enticement to want to buy a DLC character. That character for you to want to just straight up buy that character, you should have an enticement like. That character better be a badass motherfucker. It better be, someone that caters to your playstyle or could cater to everybody's playstyle. Goro is big, dumb, and ugly and slow.
Yeah. Honestly,
and he's broken.
say what you will about League of Legends. That is one thing that I can give them, and I've been playing so much of that lately. But you can save up your points that you get from playing and get different characters, and you can get one to match your particular gaming style. I got Ariella a couple days ago, and I've been doing really well with her.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. I was just gonna say, I've been playing Annie and Katarina, and I do okay with them. But I mean, it's when I got Ariella that I really started playing like crazy. And whenever I have a character that I actually like, I don't mind. If I play them a few days and I feel I do really well with them, I don't mind putting down a couple of bucks to get a specialized skin for them.
Yeah, and that I'm not bothered by skins and costumes being sold. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to say it like this. As far as actual DLC goes with NetherRealm Studios, I've never truly felt burned by their DLC. They seem to have always give a lot more than what most developers would. Looking back at Mortal Kombat 9, they were giving away costumes for free on that game. Or selling you costumes for like $5, but they were giving you like close to 8 of them to the characters. And Justice, they were giving away a free costume every patch, a new character that came out. Plus they were giving away, plus they were actually adding characters. So when you bought that character, you got 4 costumes with that character and stuff like that. And just recently, with the last patch for MKX, they just stealthily patched in a classic Sub-Zero costume for him. And so, I mean, when I looked at the combat pack, because I actually looked at it and said, okay, is this even really worth it? And looking at what all they give you out of it, it looks a lot more than what I've seen in most season passes for day one games.
Honestly, right now, my main issue, if we're talking skins, there is the classic Melina skin that you can get if you play the app version of the game. Now, here's the thing. It's not on Android yet. It's only on iOS. I'm not getting an iPhone just for a skin. And to my knowledge, and this pisses me off a lot anyway because a lot of games don't do this. To my knowledge, it's not coming out on Windows Phone. Guess what kind of phone I have?
A Windows Phone.
Exactly.
Well, you see, that's the problem I have too. They did that with Injustice, and it really pissed me off because there were a lot of character costumes that I wanted because of that they only put on there, like the Batman Beyond costume was only mobile. Now, back then, me and the Test Your Might community, we kind of banded together and we found a way around it, which is since it links to your what you call your WBID, or well, your WB Play name now, since it links to that, you could log that name in, and log it in at your console. As soon as you desynced it from that console and that phone, somebody else could take it and get all that content too unlocked. Like right now, my wife, she's got an iPad, so she's been grinding her damn ass off on MKX, trying to unlock all the shit for me and my friends. Because, well, I want the Melina costume. Melina's my favorite character. And it kind of pissed me off that, I can't have this until you either sell it to me,
mine too.
or if I get this stupid-ass thing.
Oh, no, I freaking love Melina, so that's, I know that they keep...
Yeah, she plays like shit in this new game.
Yeah, she does, but I mean, I do love the go into the ground and then show up kicking, but I can't remember the official name of
I had to drop her for Jackie Briggs.
Yeah, Jackie Briggs is a badass in this game. Holy crap, I am so happy she showed up. But, no, the thing is, I keep seeing people, it's out on Android. Well, I have an Android tablet. No, it's not.
It was released on Android recently, but in select countries, I think, right now. But they are supposedly bringing it straight up to Android. I think they're probably test pigging it out over at those other countries, getting a small user base on it to see how well it works. Because right now, the faction system's broken in both the console and the phone.
Absolutely. You can't even get in half the time. You can't even get in half the time, so yeah.
Yeah. But then again, I do all my practice and playing offline with other people. I rarely play online.
Yeah,
unless it's with people I know.
Well, my friend Mullet Mike actually has, he's part of a different faction, and there's this kind of playful competition going on. Like, some of you who follow me on Twitter might have seen it. I tweeted, dude, your faction is kicking mine's ass. That's really the only reason I play around with faction. Otherwise, I just play all the towers, or I'm playing the story mode again for a second time. But other than that, I just usually play single-player towers.
90% of my time is in practice mode, studying each character's strings and things like that, so that I know how to block and punish them. Then again, I'm a tournament guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've gone on way too long there.
No, I like hearing this stuff.
But anyway, back on the topic of it, I had no real issue with MKX's DLC except for Goro, and I had no problem with the microtransactions, because one reason, too, with the microtransactions, I can get every last bit of the content that I can use buy with those microtransactions just by playing the game. I don't have any need to pay the money on them. They're just there for convenience if you really, really, really want to.
True.
So, and
yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, you can get all those from the crypt.
I know a lot of people go, well, it makes them look greedy. Yeah, it makes them look greedy, but you know what it looks like to me? Hey, here you have an extra option now. If you really, really are that goddamn lazy and you want to open the whole crypt on your own without going through it, here you go. Here's the choice and the option. Because I know some people out there, I know a lot of my FGC guys, they actually spent the money on all that because they bought a copy and a PS4 to run it at a tournament. And they don't have time to grind and grind and grind to get all that shit unlocked just so everybody can play the game at a tournament. Because some of that content, people want their costume so they can play their costume on stream and shit like that. I know people that have spent a little money on that stuff. They don't care about easy fatality tokens, though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, if you have them, I've used them a couple times, but you know they're all ones that I've earned throughout the crypt, so I'm just like, whatever.
And that's how I am. I learned how to do all fatalities on my own, regardless. Anyway, and if you really, really want to find out how to do them, and you feel that you have to unlock them in the crypt, you don't. You can go on YouTube or go on any of the websites out there. You can find how to do each fatality, and you can perform it, and it unlocks instantly in the game. But you'll still have a gravestone to unlock on the crypt of it somewhere. But
Yeah.
you've unlocked that fatality, so now you can do it anytime you want, and you know what it looks like when you go to the move list screen.
Right, and as far as the unlocking all the things in the crypt, I'm totally with you on that one. I mean, I personally don't care for it. In my opinion, the crypt is a completely different game, and I enjoy I enjoy it as kind of I like to call it maybe a first-person adventure. I could definitely see some of the buildings that you go in and explore. I could see them in a Legend of Zelda game easy. So for me, it's a whole other game, and I enjoy playing through it. But, I mean, if you don't want to, or if you don't have the time to, hey, I'm not going to bash you for it.
Well, what game was, or where was it? I watched the Angry Joe review today of MKX, and he did a pretty fair review of it. And he said the crypt was kind of like Legend of, what is it, Grim Dark or something?
Grimrock.
Yeah, that one. And that's what he said it reminded him of. And I never played it, but it did kind of look like the stuff I've seen from that game. But also, I really loved the puzzle factor. It was, okay, let me go find Reptile's Claw so I can climb this ledge and find this and find this. I spent hours doing all that, and now all I'm having to do is go back and unlock all the gravestones and all the areas in it. And I thought that was kind of interesting and made it a little bit more fun.
Have you gotten to the area? Have you gotten the thing to let you into the Netherworld yet?
I've unlocked the entire crypt already. I haven't unlocked all the stuff. I've unlocked the crypt, so I can access anything.
Okay.
Slowly working my way through it. So, like, when my buddies come over Friday, and we've been doing this every Friday since we bring all of our systems together, they're coming over Friday. We sit here and just earn each other coins because we're constantly grinding out matches, practicing, trying to outwit each other and learn other things about the game.
Nice. Now that's what I do during the day when my boyfriend's at work.
I just wanted to ask Dustin, you've been really quiet and gone for a while. You wanted to talk Super Smash Bros.
I I didn't want to talk about it. I was seeing if anybody wanted to play it, but regarding
Yo, my son will take you down on some Smash Bros.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't consider myself professional in any means. I just like having fun with it, but the people that I can play with, they all suck. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. They just suck. They don't know how to do like air dodges and shit, for Christ's sake. So I'm just kind of like looking for a challenge that isn't.
Welcome to League of Legends the past few, at least weeks, because so many bots keep showing up and the game's just so much easier. It's boring.
Oh, well, I was gonna say about Mortal Kombat. I was gonna ask. I mean, would it have made a difference with Goro if they did what they did with Mewtwo, where he would become available as purchasable DLC? Though I know the Mortal Kombat characters are like what, $10 or something along those lines.
No, their characters. I think actually, let me see because I can look it up because I'm practicing the game right now as we speak. I can find out how much Goro actually costs. I think.
$5.
Yeah, he's like $4 or $5.
Yeah.
And that's the normal going rate for most characters is usually $5, unless you're Guilty Gear where they charge you $10 for on-disc characters. Holy shit! I just got 25,000 coins for doing absolutely nothing.
I love when that happens. I love when that happens.
It means my wife's upstairs playing the mobile game.
You have an awesome wife, dude. Just say it.
Oh yeah, she's addicted to it now. She loves the mobile app.
No, if you want to talk about it, you want to talk about addictions. I fucking got up at 5:30 to stand in line at Toys R Us for fucking Greninja.
Oh my god.
I was third in line. I was third in line. Toys R Us doesn't open until fucking 10 o'clock.
Wow.
You want to see addiction and dedication? I took 2 straight days off of work to go attend the midnight release for this game and be able to play it for the next 2 days to not be bothered while playing it.
Casual. You know, I already told my work, if Blade and Soul or Lost Ark comes out, I'm taking 2 weeks off work. They already know. I am no-lifing that shit. I am no-lifing it. Well, I do so much overtime, it's just like I always have time to spend. Like, I get yelled at because I don't take enough days off.
With the fact that I have a wife and 2 kids, I don't exactly get the chance to do much, so 2 days was like the max I was gonna get out of it.
Oh, I'm just messing, man. I'm not gonna really take 2 weeks off. Come on now. I'll come out looking like Sasquatch. Fucking A.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Mortal Kombat. I mean, just to stay on top, Mortal Kombat. I've never I've read the lore and everything. I found it interesting. I never could get into games. Like when it was like back on Sega or Sega. Back in the day. I was a Mario guy. I was playing Super Mario World. I was playing Donkey Kong, and my neighbor was a Sega guy. And I always cracked on him, and we always get in like these console wars and shit. To the point where we're like hosing each other's windows down. It was fucking hilarious.
Wait, what?
Is that a euphemism or is that an actual thing you were doing?
That was an actual thing we were doing. Parents didn't like it that much. I mean, granted, we're like 3 or 4.
I wonder why.
Well, his house got more damage than mine did. Let's put it that way.
I'm not gonna ask.
Okay, look, it's not like a metaphor or anything. We literally took a hose that was like under our rooms, and we would just full out super soak the room trying to get the console.
I'm imagine all this.
Honestly, I'm just amused that you guys got into the console war so much earlier than I did. Because I remember my neighbor had a Super Nintendo. I was the one that had the Genesis, and we were just like. We didn't care because we both had Game Boys, so we ignored the consoles and just played Game Boy together.
Yeah, well, we did. I don't know. I was a dick when I was a kid. I'm not even gonna lie. I was just a dick.
I think most people are dicks from their kids.
But I don't know. I got nothing else to say. I mean, it was funny because I had my best friend over here, and I told him about the Mortal Kombat thing because he's a PS4 player, and he was actually happy with the fatality, stuff. He's just like, well, dude, I can just buy it and then I can just try it out and have fun with it. And I'm like, really? Like, I would think everyone would fucking hate that because it just seems like a cheap way. But you brought up that tournament point, which was a good point. But,
to be fair, the tournament scene for a fighting game is usually 1 or less than 1% of the casual market that's buying it.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking about tournament organizers doing that shit just so they can run the game for other players at their tournament.
Well, it would be interesting if these fighting games started offering those packages towards, organizers specifically. It's just like, hey, are you a game organizer? Here, we'll give you a package for this amount of money, and then just scrap it off the casual scene to begin with. I mean, I think that would be. I feel like that would be. Huh?
I think some did.
I think
don't remember which, but yeah, I recall hearing about it, but I don't remember in which games.
Are you sure they weren't like giving like full unlocked like games, like just like all the content unlocked, like a disc of that? I mean, it would be the same concept, but yeah.
I mean, it would be great if they did do that, but one of the big problems I would see there is what console are they going to make it available for? Because when it comes to tournament organizers, there always becomes a console standard. And I hate to break this to you PC Master Race guys, if it's on a console, it will never be played on PC at a tournament. Because PC is always jacked up when it comes to fighting games, especially with the way you set up your button outputs and all that. But
it's just
no, that's very much
difficult.
true. I tried to play fighting games on PC. It never works well.
Well, it works well, by yourself on your own computer. Like, I have Street Fighter, Ultra Street Fighter on my PC, and I've played that many, many, many times just to practice, because I can't practice Street Fighter when the kids are awake running around because they're watching the TV, so I was able to practice on my laptop while they're eating lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, it works really well. Me and a buddy even played co-op on it locally with it, and it worked out fine. But the problem is the button setup is ridiculous, and there were sometimes some fighting games their ports are just bad, and they'll have delay when it comes to certain controllers. You're constantly changing controllers in and out at a tournament, so it doesn't work very well on PC with that concept. But when you look at it, they're going to look at, okay, how does it run on the X1? 2 players like it on the X1, or 2 players like it on the PS4. And whichever one does not lag and does not have any issues is the one they're going to stick with. That's why Injustice was 360 standard, because it ran perfect on 360 and ran like a wet sock on a PS3. And in PS4, they didn't go to that because nobody could use their controller. They had to use the PS4 pad. Well, nobody wants to use that stupid pad because it sucks.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good
I'm
point.
actually using this right now since they allow the legacy controllers.
When I play fighting games like Dragon Ball Xenoverse, I know that probably doesn't count as a fighting game, but
exactly.
Actually, it's come quite close to it from what I understand. I've got a buddy that loves that game.
It's a little
really
repetitive, but
game,
I mean, like
it's way different tier than it's
more of a brawler.
Yeah. Have you played Naruto Ultimate Ninja? Like, have you played any of those titles?
I can't say that I ever tried one.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Nonetheless, normally if I play a
game
game like that or something like what was that? What are those really hard games? Fucking like Bloodborne. What's the other ones?
Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. Yeah, I mean, like those. I use an Xbox controller, Xbox 360 controller for that shit on the PC.
I mean, I don't blame you. That was a good choice for that game as well. Even though I play my Souls games on Sony because that's all I have is PS3 and PS4. By the way, Dark Souls 2. If you don't have a PC, buy Dark Souls 2 on the PS4. It's well worth it. It's like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, me and Ty were talking about getting that game. So.
Dude, it is. If your only experience with Dark Souls 2 has been playing the PS3 or the 360 version, you are in for a treat getting it on the PS4 because it runs so smoothly and so well compared to the older console. But if you have a PC and you already have it, there's no fucking need in paying $60 for that shit.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, the only console I own is the Wii U because that's the only console that you really can't replicate the game on. or their games on. Like, you can't really play Mario Kart on fucking PC. It just doesn't work.
Well, yeah, I have a Wii U as well, and I mainly bought it for my son because he really, really loves the Wii U, and he really wanted Mario Kart and all those, and he loves Skylanders. And keeps begging me for Infinity, and I will not buy him Infinity. It's too ridiculous and expensive.
You have no idea, dude. Like, I got so fed up with this fucking amiibo shit, because I only wanted 11 of them. I wanted the Fire Emblem and Pokemon franchise. I fucking spent, like, $40 on Ike, Barth, and then, like, 2 other ones, Lucario, and another one, because I got tired of fighting the crowds. I mean, there was a guy in line when I went for that Greninja thing. He had 2 of every amiibo. 1 in box, 1 out of box. And the guy looked like he hadn't showered in like a month.
Did you hear about when those things came out? The guy that bought up all the Rosalina amiibos because he doesn't want the fans to buy them because he hates the character. Yeah. And he's saving money for... Yeah, he has reserved money to order hundreds and hundreds of stocks of the Zero Suit Samus and a bunch of other characters that he feels just don't belong in Nintendo.
And he's not exaggerating. Like, if you look hard enough, you can find him on Twitter posting pictures of him just having unopened boxes everywhere. He's like, I don't know what to do with these.
He's a goddamn idiot. And what I'm going is, okay, Nintendo's just laughing at you. They're going, cool, keep buying them. This is cool. We're fine with it. We'll keep making more, you dumbass.
Oh my god, you have no idea. I mean, like, look, 5:30 a.m. for Toys R Us, and I was third in fucking line. They only gave out 10 per store, okay? There was 10 people at 7:30. We turned away like 25 people.
I just want to get Zero Suit Samus when that one comes out. That's the only...
Good fucking luck. Good fucking luck.
If that guy is listening, if that guy happens to be listening, I just want to say, dude, if you really want to waste so much money, send it my way, because I need a new graphics card.
Hey, dude, I've got bills to pay off, man. He's more than welcome to come hang out with me and give me some money. Yeah. If he just got cash to dispose on stupid shit, why not help some brothers out, all right?
Yeah, I got my phone bills coming up, so yeah, that would be great.
You know, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes, goddammit.
Oh, man. Yeah, if you're ordering Zero Suit Samus, expect to pay about $40 with her. Do not try to order it online. Do not try. Waste of time.
Well, I know that
trust me, I'll get one way or another.
I know that Underdog's probably wanting to head to bed. I know Micro had an outro, but if I can, for a split moment, something that happened recently, and this is coming from me as a gamer and someone that used to play around with the Dolphin emulator a lot. I just want to give a quick shout out to Rachel Breik. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name. If you guys didn't hear, she was one of the big driving forces behind the Dolphin emulator, and she passed away recently. So, leaving GG and everything out of it, just like I said, as a gamer and as a human being, it's so sad to see such a talented person leave us. And, I hope that she finds happiness wherever the heck she went.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Now you got my blood boiling. I hated that fucker. I was tweeting that fucker for like an hour. I'm like, you are a disgusting little fuckwad. Are
you talking about... What's his name? What's that dude's name?
You know what's crazy? I was talking to a couple of SAWs after that happened, and they were with us going, you know what, I may not...
Are you talking about the human trash heap, Mr. Man in Black? No,
this is worse.
Ben from Canada.
It was some obscure like blogger, glorified blogger.
We can talk about this off air, or
we'll do that. Let's keep the GG in the way.
Yeah, like I said, just saying this not even as part of GG, just as a gamer and as a fellow human being, I read her story. It just broke my heart. I mean, no one should have to deal with that level of physical pain, knowing it's only going to get worse was probably not exactly a big help either.
Not to be callous about her, but for people that aren't aware, she essentially committed suicide because she had a lot of medical issues that was causing her a lot of pain.
Yeah, fibromyalgia and rheumatoid arthritis, to be more exact.
Me and JT Vega, we talked about that in the street in a hangout we did on the Hitbox. But yeah, it's a tragic situation.
My mother has it, so I know how that is.
Oh damn, dude.
Well,
yeah, let's
returning to the past topic. Have you ever heard about those guys who were trying to track all the copies of Shaq Fu to destroy them?
No.
That's funny.
Yo, Shaq Fu's making a comeback, goddammit.
Yeah, why would you waste your money on Shaq Fu, even if just to destroy it? Oh my god, that is... Why? That is... You are literally... Again, I have to say, if you have that much money that you want to throw away to pointless shit, hey, a bunch of us have bills we gotta pay, so, you know, we'd be more than happy.
Perhaps these are the same people that are spending their money on easy fatalities in unlocking.
Yeah, dude. Alright, let's wrap up the stream. Wanna shield your stuff?
Nope, nothing yet.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube under Miss Shadowpain if you want to come check my videos and stuff out.
Yo.
Spore?
You can find me at Twitter at _Spore666. And yeah, that's it right there. I'm going under the name Nurgle again on Twitter in case anybody's wondering, since I tend to flip-flop around between Chaos Gods.
Post that in the text chat too, so some of us can follow you.
Yeah. Simone?
I'm Scarlet TT on Reddit. I'm a moderator of Against Gamergate, which is a neutral ground for pro-Gamergate, anti-Gamergate. And I'm on Twitter as Scarlet Game Show.
Dustin?
Obelisk DR on Twitter. That's pretty much all I got.
Micro?
You can find me at Micromonix in Twitter, on YouTube, and on Twitch. And I suppose I'll do it now because might as well. Back to the Mortal Kombat topic. For this podcast, let's finish it. Okay.
Finish it. Lion?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at LION UCS, and I have finished the GG album, and it will be releasing on the 8th. And I will be putting out the artwork for every single track until the release date.
Woo!
Kyle?
You can find me at thoughtful_salt on Twitter. Subscribe to my YouTube channel too. It's really good. Uncut_salt. There.
Alright. Yeah, you can find me at _last_ride1. And you like these people in here and want to see more of them, subscribe to the channel. Thanks everyone for watching, and see you guys next time. Bye.
Woo!
Bye.